Welcome back to Getting Worked. It's your boy Jared. I'm hanging out here with my boy Ian in a very special edition of Getting Worked.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can't really tell.
You can. I have to wave at you.
My arm, my mic arm here, but there is a Mr. Ian Mack
Live and in color.
Live and in color in the Getting Work studios, not being brought in remotely.
Yeah, man.
This is, well, one, not just the first stream that we've done here, in the same house where I can actually sit here and look at you like this.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, this is even the first stream we've done in the same time zone.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. That's exactly right. It is actually a normal time. It is. Well, see, it's late.
I mean,
it's late still.
It's late. It's still late. But I mean, like,
but if I was home,
it'd be like
this would be almost 2 a.m.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. Yeah, Ian's hanging out with me. Been here for a couple of days now, just chilling and all that good stuff. And so we figured, what the hell? Let's see if we can pull this off and make this work. We have no idea how this is going to go.
Yeah.
We think.
Yeah. We are just so excited to be able to actually be in the same room and stream at the same time. That's really what this comes down to.
Exactly.
Streamers all over the world are doing this like normal, no problem whatsoever. But yeah, we're gonna see how this goes.
I'll tell you what, listen.
As long as I stop gesturing in front of the camera,
so you don't,
because I keep turning on at some point I'm gonna turn on the
camera's
AI
gonna go nuts and just.
So that's gonna be really what this comes down to.
Well, if it would just follow you left to right, that would be better
wouldn't be so
for
bad.
you.
No, it like wants to pan down.
Yeah,
to like,
yeah. It's like, okay, I'm not a hot chick. Why are you staring at my chest, bro? Like, what the hell's going on, man?
I don't need to lose weight, but I don't have that many. It's not that big.
It ain't that kind of show. But yeah,
there's no hot tub here.
There's no hot tub. But I'll tell you the other thing that's not here right now, and just other than just us putting this together out of our arses today. We also don't really have a plan.
You say that.
To talk about.
But I have a question.
Okay.
When do we have a plan? We normally have a plan. Is there a plan?
Normally we have
a general idea.
A general idea of topics that we're going to talk about. Some kind of conversation ahead of time. Unless we were just kind of getting on, okay, we're getting on and just going to be playing like Dark Age or something like that. Right. Usually there's at least some level of a conversation ahead of time so that we're not completely just running off the cuff.
Sure.
Tonight's going to be running off the cuff.
Yeah. Sure. We're going to talk a little basketball. We're going to talk basketball. Some wrestling.
Yep.
We're going to talk just goofy stuff. So
yeah. Just
if
stuff
you like hanging out and having a little party, that's a chill night.
Yeah, very chill night. Yeah, you can catch us on Twitch, Kick,
all the places,
YouTube, both vertical and I'm trying to figure out like horizontal, like in the wrong context. Horizontal and vertical, but like horizontal in the wrong context could sound like something that I'm not trying to say.
Again,
so I'm trying to make sure I'm keeping things somewhat PG, like
PG-13.
PG-13, at least to start. Get us a couple more drinks in, and then we'll see how it goes. But like,
depends on who hops on.
Well, that too. that too. But yeah. So where do you want to start? NBA or WWE?
Let's talk some NBA. We haven't done NBA.
Yeah, we haven't done
time.
NBA in a minute.
Let's go ahead and start talking about some NBA. Half of the league is tanking right now. My beloved Bulls are tanking. That has been all the rage here lately. So everybody was talking about tanking. Is it good for the league? Honestly, no, it's not good for the league. From a league perspective, you don't want half of your teams intentionally going out of their way trying to lose. And when I say going out of the way, I don't mean just being bad. You can't have teams doing what they're doing. Not half the league. One or two, fine. Yeah, no big deal. A quarter of the league at least.
Or that big loud truck
I was
going.
gonna say that was that. See, we have to, because all of us are in here and got the two dogs. We got everybody in this little group now.
That's
so
gonna.
yeah, got all the heat from new lights that are on.
Yeah.
So we have to have the window open.
Well,
so
and that's also not common. I've strained with that window open lots of times and have not had the trucks come through like that. That's just decided to go through right now. That's weird.
Well, but yeah, so you can't have it. It's rough because you have half the league or a quarter of the league at least doing crazy stuff. So it's, the team will be up or, within a game through three quarters, and then suddenly like Lowry Marketing and half of the rest of their lineup, the Utah Jazz did this the other week and got pinged for it. They benched all their starters in the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If you're a paying customer, you're coming to see your Jazz play, things are expensive, economy sucks, et cetera, et cetera. You've paid your hard-earned money to see your team play. They're benching guys they're intentionally trying to lose. Not just being bad. Being bad's being bad. There's no way around that. But teams doing unusual lineup changes, that's when you really have a problem. And that's what the NBA is. The NBA is kind of struggling with right now.
Yeah, and again, Ian and I are older. I've always had a very negative approach and perspective around tanking in general.
Right. I'm more open to it than you, but
yeah, I've always kind of gone down the route of you, because again, kind of even more thinking from maybe from an old school kind of coaching perspective. I would rather know what this team can do as it's currently constituted at full bore, good, bad, or ugly.
Yeah.
And then that helps you figure out what pieces you need, right?
Enough. Sure.
Because then you can figure out, okay, what's actually the problem? Is it playmaking? Is it finishing? Is it defense?
What's that thing that I can mix in?
Do I need a big to help in the paint? Like what's our weak points? And if you're just tanking and just trying to get the next best star out of the draft, especially considering it would be better for me if the number one draft had a higher percentage of being truly successful than history has laid out.
Sure.
The percentages don't work for me. The math doesn't math.
Giannis didn't go one.
Right.
Yeah. You went 15.
We see this in football, probably a lot more, but what I'm also saying is that we also see like the busts, right? The number one, top 5 players, top 10, like how many players have just not really been able to do it, but
NBA, basketball in general, you tend to be able to get a star. The stars come from picks 1 through 5. That's where your stars, for the most part. I'm not saying you can't get Jimmy Butler.
For the most part,
you can get Jimmy Butler at the end of the draft. End of the first
round. We were
round.
talking about like Bowie earlier tonight,
sure.
pre-draft. I mean, again, and I'm not saying that. That's a bit of somewhat of an anomaly, but we still see some busts coming in.
It's that you don't see any,
and it's just, to me, it's kind of if I'm only going for the bigger name or who's like really seen versus what's going to help my team be better. Because that particular person that everyone's going after, that's number one, that may not be the right fit for my team.
No,
they may not have the skill set that I need. They may not have the right, the culture.
You may not have any guards, and the top guy that's coming at you may have 3 centers and a power forward.
Yeah.
That's what your team is currently, or a center and a power forward already. And the top pick this year is going to be another center.
Yeah.
Or another power forward.
Yeah.
Probably isn't going to do you any good. And it doesn't even have anything to do with whether that guy's good or not. He's not going to get on the court. It's going to be your.
Well, that, but also again, like to the perspective of from a pure coaching perspective.
Sure.
I would prioritize a playmaker in that situation because I need somebody that can
to get the most out of
those guys the ball
guys.
in the right place, right? That knows how to do that knows how to be that floor general, at least to some extent. And I mean, even like today's NBA, again, yeah, everyone talks about positionless basketball, but at the same time, man, like there are still some core roles.
Positionless basketball just means that you can roll people around on the court. It doesn't mean that those skill sets everyone has perfectly.
Yeah. Well, if you look, like we were just watching the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah.
Go Nuggets. It's
Bulls beat them this year.
Sorry. Well, they, Joker obviously plays the role, like the role of the playmaker. And so now they have Murray out there that can help with that.
Absolutely.
But at the same, kind of more of a traditional point guard type of perspective, just because of just placement on the court, ultimately, like you need to have, like your point guard can't be an absolute slouch on it.
No.
Like they have to be able to have that skill set to
Yes.
some extent. But you can have someone like Joker be the primary playmaker and fill that
Point
role.
center.
Okay. But he's more of that. It's kind of filling that role, but you have to have someone who's filling that role. And I mean, yeah, if you're bringing in someone like to your example where you have, well, let's talk about Philly with the process where they ended up with all the big guys. Like they were just nothing but big guys.
Right.
Okay.
You got to have. That's not gonna.
I mean, really, ultimately, history kind of laid it out. How well has that actually worked for them? No. Truly,
no.
And that's where this whole tanking thing also kind of comes into play, because then you're just racing to the bottom on a lottery where.
Here's when it comes to tanking. I see the positive of it. Don't get me wrong. And especially by this time of year. So what you're talking about is tanking from day one. We threw the ball up in November, late October, whenever the season starts. And we're going to try to we're going to try to go 0-82. All right. First off, you're not going to go 0-82. That's not a thing. But that's one thing. I think that's just ridiculous, to be perfectly honest, if you try to do that. However, by this time of the season, speaking to your point about, trying to go full bore, see what you are, I'll use my Bulls as the example. They did that early. That's why they have too many wins now to really get the top seed. They have to get some lottery luck.
Mm-hmm.
They did go full bore. They sucked. They did suck, but they weren't winning the championship. They were going to be stuck in the middle. And the worst, everybody knows this, the worst place you can be in the NBA is in the middle.
Yeah.
Be good, be bad, don't be lukewarm. Old Bible thing. Cold water is good, hot water is good, lukewarm water, nobody needs that. So there's no use for it. Being in the middle is terrible. That's what you have to get out of. Bulls have been in the middle for 3 years and are really good at making that play-in game. Yay. And winning one and losing one and not making the playoffs. So
that's a whole nother thing to me, because the need for a play-in game. Part of me on paper, in and of itself, I'm not mad at it. My concern is it indicative of an underlying issue with the NBA now, where the
so they're trying to the whole play-in tournament is to keep more of the league at its core. It's to keep more of the league, more of the fan bases involved with some sort of postseason shot. So instead of only 8 teams in a division making the postseason, you have 10 that can get a shot and kind of go for it. Truly, when the playoffs start, just to kind of give everybody a background in case you don't know what it is, the top 6 seeds in each conference are in the true playoffs. They are the playoff teams. And then they'll need 2 of the next 4 teams. So then 7, 8, 9, and 10 have to play. And they play for those last 2 seeds. Teams that are ranked 7 and 8 only have to win a game. They win a game of the 2, they're in. And they lock up their seat. They lock up their playoff position. So if you have that, the goal was to try to expand and hope that more teams try to make that.
So I wonder, let me test this out a little bit, because this is something I've kind of had in my mind, and I doubt that I'm the first person that kind of correlated these two things. Is the need for a play-in tourney a symptom of having so much more player movement throughout the seasons? So what I mean by this is, so you talk about how you don't have, like, so you end up with parts of areas of the NBA, teams within the NBA that ultimately end up with the star players, or at least the very good players. Because again, I still always kind of feel like you have your stars, and then you need your players to help support those stars to do their thing, right?
Sure.
And because there's been so much movement, and because there's been so much player agency to an extent, has it maybe gone a little bit too far, to the point where then you have both, again, sort of a correction with play-in tournament, and then also exacerbating the problem that now becomes the whole tanking situation.
Teams were tanking before. So teams were tanking
before. I'm not saying this is entirely new, but it seems like that, the kind of the overt strategy.
That's what it is. It's the overt strategy of it all. It started way back when, during the process. Teams may have done it before, but this is where it became cool to do.
Again, we talk about Philly with the big, like
Philly.
They had,
it was. Shoot, I forgot his GM's.
I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I can't remember.
That's the one I'm thinking of. Sorry, I got completely distracted with that on TV there. But if you saw,
I can't see it. I'm looking at you right now. So
this is the downside of where I'm sitting, because now I'm looking at Jared, but out the corner of my eye, I can
we're going to turn off the TV.
We're gonna have to turn off the TV. It was a very interesting commercial.
Well, I bet it was.
So the not Sam Presti, he's the good one. Oh shoot, I know
it's not Morley.
No, it's not Morley.
No,
he's not there anymore. He got fired.
That's what I mean. Like, That was the first thing that popped in my head, but I know it's not him either. But
Anyhow, long story short, that's where things. See, I told you, I gestured. I gestured. Let's see what happens. Sorry, green light again. But that's where tanking got cool. It was, trust the process, and it's tank for. It was at the time Embiid. They tanked to get Embiid, and they got him, which I mean, he's a good player, all that stuff, but that's where it really started.
It's almost kind of like the whole it's the idea like you go too far. You're like, hey, I got cocky.
Yeah,
it's kind of we go too far. Next thing you know, you've got like 25% of the bigs in the NBA on one team,
sure,
and no point guards.
Yeah,
and like,
well. And it just because you get a star player doesn't mean
that's back to my point. No, sure. It's
but that's where it became cool.
Yeah.
And so then teams started just going balls to the wall and up front and and here's really where it changed. It's one thing for teams to do it. It's another thing for fans to be cheering their team to lose. I will use myself as a perfect example. I am a Bulls fan and Giants fan and Mets fan. And as such, there have been not in baseball. Baseball, you don't really do this, but football and basketball, you absolutely do. I was completely 100% pulling for my Giants to lose at the end of the season, and they found stupid ways to win. It just screwed them up. The Bulls, I will pull for them to do really well through 3.5 quarters, and then I'm real okay with them losing, coming apart at the end of the game.
I hear you. Like,
I see the benefit. So I'll use let's talk football for just a split second.
Sure,
it's a little more straightforward.
It applies.
It's a little more straightforward.
Yeah,
you have, because it's just straight record. There's no lottery. There's just, did you win 2 games? No one else won. Everyone else won 3. You have the number 1 pick, period. So a win late December, speaking to your point about, well, you play to, see your team and see what you need to add. Yeah, that's true. But your team's bad. Or there's 2 games left in the season.
Well, now again,
you're one in,
fine.
You're 1 in 13.
I think, yeah, I don't necessarily entirely. I don't know. Again, especially there's something to be said, and it's the football part that you brought up to me that really made me think about this.
Sure.
Because I spent far more time in a football locker room than I did in a basketball locker room.
I think I know where you're going, and I'm going to have a point about the basketball locker room. Fair enough.
But I think even at the pro level where you think, okay, everyone should be professionals.
Sure.
There's something to be said about managing morale.
All right, so we're on the same page. This is where I figured you were heading.
Well, also, culture, know me, you know how
culture.
Like, yeah,
you're that's what you're really speaking to, right?
Well, no, but let's not diminish the psychological effect of morale on the players you have with you.
Yep.
Because as you're tanking, as you're doing all this stuff, what's the conversation? What am I presenting as a coach in the locker room?
Now, this is where let me
go ahead.
Let me speak to that.
Yeah.
That's in the NBA, I would say it's even more important, far more important. To be perfectly
you have
honest.
A smaller team.
Well, it's a smaller team, but it's also the players that you have, especially if you have like 1 or 2. Usually, there are no teams in the NBA with 0 good players. Like
fair enough.
You've got to kind of go out of your way to get 0 good players on your team. I mean, every team has a star, a guy that's like, yeah, that guy's good. He does this thing. So this is, I think, especially true if a team has one or the 2 of those guys, some building block guys, again, I'll use my Bulls as an example. They have Josh Giddey. He's a building block guy. And they have, shoot, why did I blank on his name? Our best player, our best young player, Baselis. So he's going to be, both of those are young players. They are building blocks. They are what you're building your team around. You don't want to screw up your culture so much that it messes with their mindset.
Exactly.
And their mindset is they become okay losing.
Well,
Modest is not okay losing.
Exactly.
Currently.
And
you never want to. So long-term tanking, I think teams that do long-term tanking are setting themselves up for failure. I don't care how many good draft picks you think you're going to get. If you're set up for like 3+ years of tanking, then you're kind of going down the road. But that's
so here's my other. You picked up on kind of a core aspect of my concern around that, but I have another one because some of it has to do with timing. It sucks enough coming in as, to be fair, I don't care if it's high school going into college or college going into the pros. That transition.
Sure.
You earn the spot.
Right.
Which means in a lot of situations, you're coming in as a top guy surrounded by a bunch of top guys.
Sure.
And like, what else do you expect them to think? Right? Now, the reality might be something else. Now, there's a learning curve there, but it's one thing to be a young person coming into that transition.
Sure.
And then coming from a winning culture, regardless of what your record was necessarily.
All right.
But also let's speak to the guys that are coming in as winners that, like you said, got into that top. They got that top 5,
right.
10 spot.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, who are you expecting to get?
Sure.
Right. And then rolling into a culture that when you talk about that long-term tanking,
right.
well, it's like, oh, well, wait a minute.
You've taught them
again,
to lose. You're teaching them to lose.
From their perspective, it's they're 20, 21, 22, sometimes younger, and their mindset it's been winning.
Sure.
In like compared to an NBA career, relatively short bursts. You're looking at most 4 in high school, 4 in college.
At most. Yeah, and probably if they're a star player, 1 in college.
You see what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
So it's even less.
Sure.
It's a burst of time.
Right.
Compared to the NBA career, if you're fortunate to have a long career.
Right.
And so then you're building up. You're putting the getting them to sign off on it is a hard pill to swallow.
Well,
and especially if you're coming in with this whole, and you talk about trust the process, going back to how did the process end up for a lot of people other than Embiid, and he still don't even have a chip.
Yeah.
So, like what am I supposed to think about this whole thing? Like, because
and here's now we'll say this, and this is really big on when it comes to tanking. The old adage of players don't win championships, organizations do, which is total BS.
Absolute BS.
Most crackheaded thing ever said as by GM.
No,
I won't say what GM that
win championships.
Yes.
And maybe
players
win
championships.
Players win championships, and
Organizations don't get in the way.
No. The degree upon how much of that is on one player or two or three is a conversation. But you're right. That's what I mean. Like team, not organization.
There's a reason I said that. Whereas players win championships, organizations help, but they don't win them. Players win them. However, organizations tank. Players don't.
Absolutely. No, you're right.
And if you're on the court and you're a player, you're not trying to lose a game.
Also, I separate the organization from the team.
Absolutely.
You see what I mean? Yeah. So that's where I was thinking more like, because it's that collection of players working together. At no point does the player get out there and go, you know what? We need to lose this game. We're up 10. I need to dribble off my foot for a couple of minutes. Unless they're gambling.
Well, like... That's a different
whole different problem. But you see what I mean?
We don't talk about gambling. What are you talking about? NBA, they never have a gambling issue.
But see, to me, growing up in the NBA, growing up with stuff like if you saw someone purposefully doing something
really weird. Now that really weird thing that you would have seen in the 90s would have been like, they've called 5 technicals on this, or 5 fouls of this guy in the last 3 seconds. It's kind of weird. Now you see weird substitution patterns. Utah.
They're
up 10 or right in the game, and suddenly somebody has a hangnail and they have to sit out for the quarter. The tanking flu, I believe, is what it's called. That's I forgot which pod. Let me think. Hayes from Bull Central.
Oh yeah.
He said,
shout out to them.
Shout out to him. He calls it the tanking flu. Yeah. So the Bulls, I'll give you a perfect example. What's his name? They just traded for him from Charlotte. Young Bull, blanking on his name right now, but Colin Sexton.
Okay.
Colin Sexton went for 30. Couple of nights ago. It was probably about a week ago now. He went for 30. The dude could not miss. He went and he won the game. And the next game he wasn't going for 30, but he was cooking. And he suddenly got a hangnail, a sneeze. I saw him sneeze one time. I think I saw him think about sneezing one time, and they took him out for the fourth quarter. And he somebody in the third row up from him sneezed, and just to be safe, they sat him down at the fourth quarter.
Sure. They're looking for some kind of anything.
Yeah. You know what you got to do. So things like that.
Something that popped into my head here. Again, sorry, y'all. We're really gonna be going off on kind of some weird tangent, but this is connected.
We're also we apologize ahead of time for Jared, the back of Jared's head. Most of this,
because I'm talking to him, and with the cameras, it's just
like I said. If you can see me as I bang.
If I thought about it, I would have set up a camera kind of here.
We could have switched the camera, the dog
but
cam.
We literally tried
camera. Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute.
That's
the because I don't have it. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna do that another time. The next time you come over.
The next time. So 1 year from.
I could point it over here and then have that be the main one. But this is just what it is. Okay. To my point. Riddle me this. You have situations where you have star players taken out so that they can effectively help you tank.
Right.
But you also have situations where you have star players taken out because you want to save them for the playoffs.
Right. How can you tell the difference?
Well, if the team's winning.
That's exactly.
I mean,
sure.
But like you, as a fan, going to...
I paid the old Jordan thing where Jordan said, that kid that paid his money and he's sitting up in the nosebleeds, I'm not sitting out because he came to see me play.
Dude played with the fucking flu. Well, it turned out to be like a stomach bug from a pizza.
Sure.
But they always call it the flu game.
Right.
So, like,
let's be honest, he was just hungover.
Maybe, but
either way,
he played.
Yep.
Doesn't
It was
matter.
the finals, so that's a little different.
But
sure,
I think
I see what you're saying.
It's
rest and
time management, and now we got the tanking thing.
Let me tell you where that word had never been uttered before one Mr. L, B, and J showed up.
Yeah.
So for all of you out there who believe he's the GOAT, you're an idiot.
Okay, so let me because now you got me going, and you know I'm not normally the one to like dig in on the whole GOAT conversation.
Yeah.
But let me throw out this challenge out here. Let me throw this challenge out. Gauntlet's been thrown.
There it is. See, I knew I was gonna hand gesture,
and then the thing's gonna
Yep. Go ahead.
It's undisputable. There is so much footage of LeBron falling on the floor for like a player moving an elbow in his zip code.
Yeah.
Not even close to him. And LeBron falling on the floor.
Sure.
Show me one time Jordan ever doing that.
Oh yeah, no Jordan, Kobe, Magic, Larry, like so many different people,
and literally throwing himself into the elbows and actually getting hit, and scoring on them anyway. You know what? Hey, you know what, LeBron? You know. You're okay, fine. You're not as much of a scorer per se, even though like you made sure you stayed in the league long enough to get the scoring title. You're supposed to be a playmaker, right?
Is the reason he is a GOAT in longevity. I will give him 1,000% credit that he understood how to play the game, and I don't mean the NBA game. I mean the business game of it all.
Sure.
How to stay in the league, how to make money, how to do all of those things, how to extend his career. Absolutely. 100%. That's where it is. But that's a total, I was gonna say we're gonna go down a tangent there.
But I mean it
none
plays
of this
to the
was
point
said. The reason I even brought him up was none of this has been said prior.
No, but again, you talk about the longevity piece. The longevity piece comes into play because of him doing this whole time management bullshit. And he still isn't even coming close to Jordan's scoring per game record. Because you got to realize that you're talking about someone who didn't come out of high school, LeBron. So now I'm going to get heated. Okay. Not someone who came out of high school, LeBron, someone who came out of college. And we talk about coming into a bad culture. Jordan walked into one of the worst cultures in the NBA.
A league bad culture.
Comes in, plays against these bad boy Pistons who beat the living crap out of him.
Well, even before that, when he was a young player, he was coming in to a bunch of cokeheads.
Well, that's what I mean.
Let's just be real.
He had this horrible culture around him
before all of the team himself.
and then turning around and then having to go up against the Pistons and all that stuff, and he's like, oh hell no. Yeah. He's trying to figure out how I'm gonna like come in and destroy these fools because. But again, so the timing though. Jordan comes in after college. Fine, 3 years. Okay. Comes in after college. Takes how many years to finally like really build up to like a solid team that he can play with. Takes almost 2 years off.
Yeah.
But then again, to come in to a three-peat, let's just call it 2 years, year and a half off, right? and then come back and three-peat again.
Yeah.
LeBron and doing that, but also LeBron's scoring record is just due to
a soft league.
Him having opportunity to play less time,
right,
and then score less points per game.
Sure.
But just by pure volume of games.
Being around.
You know, it's...
And that's before you get into all the other stuff of, you know, chasing championships and creating situations that, yeah. So before you get
here's the trick. Here's the trick. You did all that stuff. You still didn't beat Kobe.
Oh no.
You still didn't beat Magic.
Yeah.
Hell, LeBron, I'm going to put my face right up in the camera here. You didn't even beat Robert Horry. You set the stage for as good as it can get. And you still have less rings than Robert Horry.
I mean, I'll tell you
what, Ian. I'm going to tell you right now, Ian. I wouldn't be able to look myself in the mirror. Now, listen, my mirror might be gold plated.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very nice
It might
mirror.
have all the HUDs and all
nice
the things
mirror
that I can ever. That damn mirror might cost me $32 million.
You and I together are not affording that mirror. We're not quarter of the mirror.
I would not be able to look myself in the eye in that mirror, and I'm not even a 100th of a 100th of a 100th of a 100th of a competitor that Michael Jordan was. So don't
be fair, no one is, but
get me, you know. But don't it's not even questionable. It's just not even
even NASCAR screwed up. A bunch of idiots. They challenged Michael Jordan in court, and I don't think he's lost a race since.
Because he got
NASCAR.
They did the worst. Don't give him an enemy.
They gave him a reason.
They gave him an enemy.
Him a reason.
Dude would make up shit.
You are idiots.
Okay, Michael Jordan would go up against teams who he didn't like. There might be some kind of so-so team or whatever. He didn't really have any kind of beef with anybody.
No.
He would make shit up in his head why he hated you.
Why he hated him.
Yeah.
So, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't call Jordan a solid, well-rounded mental health star in mental health type of a person. Like I don't think I would. Let me rephrase. My son and I have talked about this. I wouldn't want him to grow up to be Jordan.
Sure.
And I mean, it would be nice if he was that successful. Maybe okay, that's different. But as far as the human, I don't want him to grow up where, you know, we won, but oh my goodness, the guy was just a dreadful person and stuff like that.
And people
in
talk
that
about,
way, I would say LeBron is better.
People talk about LeBron like that.
Yeah.
But let's talk about someone who is unfortunately kept out of the conversation.
I know you were
really
going.
Should be kept into the conversation way before LeBron James. Ever should be. Mr. One Kobe Bean Bryant.
R.I.P.
Yeah. This is probably what pisses me off more. Because I'm sorry, but there's already, sorry, LeBron, there's already someone who's been there.
Yeah.
There's already been someone who's done that. Not truly become the GOAT, but you want to talk about an heir apparent?
Yeah.
Come on.
It was always Kobe.
Come on.
It was always Kobe.
Like,
it's always
don't even
been
get
Kobe.
me started. But also, you talk about like the individual, the person,
Sure.
especially with their family and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Kobe's always had. Now, Kobe had some stories around some things kind of going on, but for the most part, as we gauge, that stuff kind of didn't really like materialize
Kobe made
anything.
young Kobe mistakes.
Well, okay,
young person
fair enough,
mistakes.
Fair enough.
And
fair enough.
So let me give LeBron his due for a second. For the most part, as far as I know, or at least overall.
Oh yeah. No, LeBron
is been
as best everyone knows,
as good a family man as you could probably be.
Yep.
And you don't hear a lot about him in the news. Sleeping around or 12 wives in.
And some of that
is
might
he good
be
enough to figure out how to keep it off the radar? Maybe. Or he's that.
Well, there's a middle ground there.
Sure.
Where maybe it's okay. No, so obviously, I don't think it's a situation where he's figured out how to keep it off the radar. To me, it's more of a dichotomy. To me, it's more of a dichotomy that might get figured out over time. How much of that was because he was a true to form in his heart, pure family man, and then how much of that was him understanding the business to the point that he made sure that he didn't put himself in those positions.
Sure.
Those two things are not mutually exclusive, though, right? So I think it's somewhere in that range. Like, the worst you could say was that maybe his family situation was more kind of a business kind of deal where it's like, I'm married because I need to be married to have the image and blah 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 blah.
But again, he married his high school sweetheart.
So that's why I say that's worst case scenario. Right. Well, but also you could say maybe him maintaining the marriage with his high school sweetheart over time. Blah 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 blah. Sure. I'm playing the nitpick kind of, and again, I'm talking about worst case scenarios. What you could say there. Okay,
I give him credit for that, though,
because no. That's hard to do in the NBA, especially at his level.
There are people that are a lot lower. If you're constantly getting something thrown at you,
dude's got it.
Yeah. So
dude wakes up in we could probably play the numbers here. I would not be surprised on a slow day, LeBron could get 20,000 thrown at him.
Oh, easily. Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah. So, again, that's a slow day. That's a slow Sunday.
Sure.
20,000 net new that day.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? That's.
He just picks up his phone, looks on Instagram, and goes, "Oh, let me look in my DMs." There's, okay, yeah. So I give him credit as being like a decent human being.
But there's LeBron the person, there's LeBron the businessman.
Yeah, I'm never talking about when I'm talking about LeBron. I'm never talking about him personally. I'm talking about him on the court.
It's not just him on the court. And again, so where I have a bit of ire, and I think a lot of fans have a bit of ire, especially if you are older. And this is not just old guys like me and Ian sitting here saying get off my lawn. I do believe ultimately LeBron's influence on the NBA has been a detriment.
Negative.
Yeah. I think that he has influenced a culture that, because of the way, especially not just because of what he's done, but because of the way he's done it,
about it,
and just the whole thing. Like, his entire presence
So
in the NBA.
is that really his legacy?
The problem is how the younger people that, right? I think short term, no. Long term,
Maybe.
Because if you think so, let's take 30 years from now, people looking back at the NBA and analyzing and looking at things, if they are looking, if they may not even have the same metrics or same priorities or whatever, but let's assume some semblance of what we understand when we're looking at the NBA and looking at a player's, because again, here's the other trick. If you're going to consider someone the GOAT or a candidate for the GOAT, even a candidate for heir apparent to the GOAT, man, you better, and I mean better, be careful how you define the culture. It's and I think that it's going to be a situation where LeBron is going to end up showing to be a net negative to the culture of the NBA. Because I think things are heading down a path where something's going to have to get like.
So to tie that, we're going to tie it back to the tanking and things like that.
Well, yeah, that's part of it. That's what I mean. Yeah, it's a symptom of the, yeah.
Right. So I find it, to speak to that, I find it interesting that the NBA this year specifically, I'm going to use this year specifically, that they are allowing teams to play, as in it's a little rougher. If you notice, there's more fights this year, a little more of an edge in games. You know why I believe that is? LeBron's not the star of the league anymore. He's a star as in he's a face that everybody recognizes, but he's not going to be the driving force to a championship this year.
No.
And he hasn't been for a while.
Yeah, exactly.
But,
yeah.
And the league has understood that. Do you know what LeBron could never hold up to? Physicality. Never could.
No.
He could dish it out. He never could handle it. He's weak. His mind, mentally. He's mentally weak. He always has been.
Yeah.
Just go look it up. It's not hard to figure it out.
Kind of, yeah.
So you can't have a league if you're a guy that you're trying to have on all the, cereal boxes and everything is mentally weak. You can't have a physical league, so you have to have a softer league. And the league has been soft. Everyone has said that for years. The league is soft. Not this year. This year is a little bit more. I will use the team that I despise, the Pistons. Well,
that's where it starts.
And it always. All I can hope is that the Pistons tend to be good right before the Bulls are, and I'm hoping that holds true. So I can survive a year or two of the Pistons if the Bulls have been good for after that. So come on, NBA. If it's scripted, I would like the script to remain the same. Bless you. No, it's all good.
That's why I muted the mic first.
That's all right. Well, I was gonna say I don't know if we even picked up on mine or not.
Oh well, that I can't help.
We'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see what happens. No big deal. But I think that's where your league is. I'm glad that they're back to being physical. I don't necessarily mean fights.
Well, so I mean, you look at
do mean it a little bit.
You look at where the league went after the bad boy Pistons.
Sure.
And the Jordan rules came in.
Correct.
I think the NBA found a sweet spot there.
And they changed. Let's give a little bit of 90s discussion here. the 90s, everybody talks about, oh, the 90s were so tough and the rumble tumble and they fought and all this stuff. The 90s were not the 80s.
No.
The league was, in its own way, softer in the 90s than it was the
absolutely
80s.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
sure,
the Jordan rules came in because,
sure.
and this is where, again, people need to give Larry Bird more consideration.
Yeah. If you watch some of those,
like Magic, again, one, because he was playing point guard.
It's a different position.
And then two, by the nature of the way he played, and let's get, again, to be fair, because of Magic's skill set.
Yes.
Which he was very, very, very good at.
Yes.
Magic didn't have to throw himself in there as much.
Well, and Magic is playing against playing against guards. So usually it's who you're matched up with.
Yeah.
Magic
you didn't
is
have the switching back then like you did.
Right.
Yeah.
So Magic is 6'9".
6'9", 230.
The guy that's guarding him is 6'1".
Right.
So
yeah,
he ain't gonna do so much.
But I'm even talking about like going into the paint.
Sure.
You know, where you're going up again, but again, you're 6'9", 230.
But you're bringing your little guard with you.
But there too, yeah.
So it's not like you're starting off with a guy that's 6'8",
no.
And then running them into another.
But it's more of a, if you drive by that guard, which Magic could do, even at 6'9",
sure.
And then you're going into the paint. Your guard's back here, and you're going up against the 6'10", 6'10" plus. 250 plus,
the smaller guy,
like just giants, but also by then really Magic's clocking worthy at what we would call now in the NBA closer to around the dunker spot, and then like figuring out a way, how can I make myself go curve out away from and then pass it out to, because I mean, really, if you want to talk about like to be fair, if I want to be really mean to Magic, like you want to talk about like one of the league's first soft big men.
Yeah,
it's Magic, but
Magic's a point guard. He's not supposed to be.
That's what it's unfair. It's unfair. Because he just happened to be a 6'9" guy, with the skill set to play point guard.
Yeah,
that's what it's unfair. But at the same time,
at his center, Kareem's his center.
But at the same time, LeBron's always talked about how he was follow more Magic's game.
Well, I've always said when LeBron came into the league, if you didn't try to throw we need a new face of the league and we need a new Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't throw that at him early. LeBron's game has always been more magic. He's always been. He's
probably just
small forward.
He probably been better. Really put either if you didn't want to put him at point guard, then you should have just locked him in at point forward at the 3.
Yes. He was always
at the perimeter, and just
early on. I can't remember if it was an all-star game or what, and teams were everybody was making fun of him because he drove and he passed the ball. It was the game-winning shot, and he passed the ball. He made the correct basketball play. Jordan would have never passed it. Kobe would have never passed it.
Yeah,
because they're scorers. LeBron won his first 2 championships because he found a guy, his buddy, Dwayne Wade. And Wade's a scorer. He's got that killer mentality. LeBron never has. I know he's got some made up version of it now, but it's not in his DNA. And it sounds like I'm knocking him. I'm not. It's not in everybody. Scottie Pippen, my favorite player of all time. He doesn't have it. He didn't have the killer DNA. A little bit of asshole. I mean, to be honest with you, that's sort of what it is.
No, I think again, when we look at that 90s Bulls team, especially that first three-peat was different than that second one.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, those are two
And
different
that
teams.
first
And
one,
I'm not even so sure that the first one isn't better than the second one. The team.
Exactly. That's what I was getting to, because I think that because
it didn't get messed up until Tony Kukoc came.
Which it wasn't even Tony's
unrelated.
fault.
No,
you're
totally
right.
Unrelated.
In a weird way, the timing was perfectly right.
It is related to
but
it,
that first team, I think, did a far better job of
being a team.
Being a team, but here's the reason behind it. It was that first championship run for Jordan after getting beaten down by the Pistons and then just getting beat by the Celtics.
Yeah.
Right? Let's not forget about the Celtics up in here.
The Celtics were the championship team, but the aging one. And then the Pistons became
you had the Pistons who were just you're tossing them in with freaking Rottweilers. Everyone on that team was outside of Isaiah was pretty much just here to be a knucklehead. Well, and what's the other card's name? Now I'm losing the name.
Joe Dumars.
Yeah, Joe Dumars was a solid player. Dumars was.
He was a good player. He was. To be fair, Joe D wasn't into any of that.
No, he wasn't. No,
so
he was just a pure.
To be fair, he's the only player on that team that I have any respect for.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I have some respect for Rodman when he came in the role. He learned how. That's where he learned how to play tough defense, which then helped Jordan.
I remember Dennis shoving Scottie Pippen into the third or fourth row as they were getting their asses handed to them and ended. Mm-hmm. So I remember Dennis Rodman for that.
Pistons play. They hit harder the more they're getting beat. It's just that's how they did it. I know. That's
right. You Isaiah.
I know. Well, Isaiah's a whole other ball game.
So that's why your punk ass wasn't on the dream team. F you. So
okay. So let's get back on track here. What I was going to say, that first three-peat and why it was a better team. It was a better team because you had it was interesting because you had it almost kind of helped to set the blueprint for what the 2.0 version, that second three-peat, needed to be. You had some very tough defense in the front court, especially when you look at Cartwright, Ho Grant, and then you have to include Pippen there too. So Jordan, who still had exceptionally great defensive numbers, was able to, one, on the defensive end, pick his spots, but also between Cartwright and Ho Grant, especially, you had two guys that were just not going to put up with the bullshit.
Well, neither came in waves too.
Ho Grant was a better two-way player than Cartwright, but Ho Grant was again more geared towards the defensive end of the ball. Right. But then you have Cartwright, who had practically no offensive ability at all, even with his janky ass free throws. I can't even do that.
He's
without
one of the
knocking
few
over
players that
like,
makes Joakim Noah look like he is
knows
the
what he's doing.
Like, really knows what he's
yeah. And they're both bulls.
Oh yeah, exactly. I'm starting to wonder there a little bit.
It's
well, we've never had a good center really, and yeah.
But like it's kind of weird because the center position has always been kind of a fill-in.
Sure.
But at the same time, it's just that body in the. You just need to be that body in the paint. Cartwright never walked away from a hit. Like never. And then Ho Grant was much better, a much more skilled defender, and then could be kind of a, depending on the play, a tertiary scorer. That's where he get those elbow shots.
Sure.
Nobody's necessarily concerned about Ho Grant for being like looking at Horace Grant from like a scoring perspective, but there were plenty of games where he stepped up for that role.
Yeah.
To then, he made again that elbow shot of his right in the mid range.
Right.
Because he was open.
Yeah. And he made the right. He tended to always make the right basketball play. I'll use him.
Yeah.
And I'll use one play as an example. They won the championship because of it. It was 93 in Phoenix, and the ball is being passed around. The Bulls are, I want to say the Bulls are down 2. I want to say they're down 2, but they're definitely down. I just can't remember if they're down 1 or 2. They're down. It's 10, 9, 8, 7. It's one of those situations. Game 6, they're trying to fling the ball around. Grant gets it. He's within his area where he could have shot it. He could have drove to the basket to try to draw a foul. All of those would have been legitimately okay to do at that moment.
For him to attempt to do.
He swings it out to John Paxson, who is 3 in the Bulls.
Who's at 3. Yeah.
So so Grant is always going to be, first off, as a Bulls fan, he'll always be in a special place. But it was little stuff like that. He did all the little things. He was
a good connector. He was a connector, playmaker. Because if it was kind of where if Pippen wasn't the primary playmaker, he was the secondary in most cases. And then, but Ho Grant and a lot of times out of the post.
Ball handler. Yeah.
But what I mean is that's what I mean. Like if he wasn't in that play, the primary, right? Then he would almost always be the secondary. If there was a secondary, it was Pippen.
Right.
Ho Grant, to your credit, especially he could be that. Sometimes it's important to have someone who can be a kind of a connector piece.
Well, it's Draymond.
A tertiary in the post. That can then draw things in enough. And Ho Grant was enough of a threat offensively in the post to where then, you couldn't just leave him. You couldn't, and especially if he started getting if it was a mismatch kind of situation, then
he was going to get his.
You'd have to draw in, and then he'd
still hit the seat.
He'd make passes out, and that outlet pass to the 3-point corner. Look back and look at how many times Ho Grant has dropped that into BJ,
his 12 to 15
Paxson, or Kerr, or something like that.
Oh, sure.
Where you had kind of that option there to be able to do that, but he was also there offensively. But to be fair, that second three-peat, unless Kukoc was on the floor, you barely had any offense from the 4 or 5.
Oh yeah, well,
you see what I mean? Like
you got about 10. You got about 10 to 14 on a good night.
Yeah.
On a good night, you got 14.
And
on a bad night, you got about 10.
And that was almost all coming out of Longley.
That was Longley. No. That was just no. I was about to say you got that from Longley.
Yeah.
However,
that's not even just, and I'm not even talking about like Dennis's like not scoring.
no,
That was also anyone else you put in for Longley. You see what I mean? Like,
right.
like any of the guys you put in for Longley,
The Bulls,
weren't
as
gonna
far as
really
the
score
center
anything.
position, was to get rebounds. And remember, the league then was there were a whole bunch of centers that they had to deal with.
And with
And that,
defensively,
correct.
and also
So you needed
put them out of position when you're
about
on
18
offense.
fouls at the position. That's what that was. Their spot was for.
Yeah.
Dennis was to get the rebounds, to get the ball back around to Jordan.
Oh, Longley, you know, it's you know, when it'd be kind of funny. And it's kind of it's a horrible kind of thing in a way. Is kind of looking at like Longley, who probably deserves a little bit more credit than this.
Yeah.
But Longley was a block out specialist.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. He did all the little stuff. Dennis was able to get the ball.
Longley kind of filled in some of the spots that they were missing by not having Ho Grant on the floor.
Sure.
You see what I mean? Like it's like you spoke to Grant, and again, Grant had like a lot of little things.
Sure.
Longley kind of helped fill in the gaps on the little things so that Rodman could focus on his job, which granted,
the second three-peat is a different, if we were talking teams.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing, in the first, we talk about this every so often when we're talking about, what's the greatest team of all time. And we'll get back to talk about tanking here in just a second, because we're going to try to wrap it back around. But when we talk about greatest teams of all time, quite frankly, I have a trouble when people are like, oh, was it the Bulls? Or when you say the Bulls, you have totally two different teams that you kind of have to pull from. The 92 Bulls were probably the best one. And that was, they had young Mike, they had a younger Scotty, they had Horace Grant, they had Bill Cartwright and ones like that at center. They also had off the bench, they had BJ Armstrong, they had Greg Hodges. They had they had tons of 3-point shooting, even though 3-point shooting wasn't really a big deal then. They had guys that could light it up from there.
To this day has the highest 3-point percentage.
Kerr wasn't there yet, so Kerr wasn't there.
Not then.
Kerr was on the second 3P team.
The 3P team.
I was thinking about
Ho Grant probably never passed.
Was Steve Kerr then. Yeah.
But again, more to like the Bulls, like the three, like.
But that team was deep.
It was.
They were athletic. They were all the things, and just in the 90s. And weirdly enough, they were what the Warriors were of kind of
for that time frame.
For their
absolutely,
time frame, they were that. They were that.
Jordan was popping off threes. Pippen would pop off threes.
Teams didn't shoot threes. They didn't have a center. The Bulls didn't have a center, but we had 18 fouls that we could roll out there in the old time.
Mm-hmm.
So it was, and nobody had Jordan and nobody had Scotty. So, and nobody had Grant, really. Not really.
No.
So, and the way that they played, but
yeah.
Yeah, let's do a quick break.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah,
cool,
let's take a quick break, and maybe we can we'll finish up maybe some closing thoughts on the tanking and just the overall kind of NBA thing, and then we can move on to some WWE.
Absolutely.
All right. Okay. So let's take a little pause for the cause, and this is Getting Worked. Taking a break. Go. Okay, fine. You know what? I'm gonna go. Okay, there we go. everyone. Welcome back to Gettingworked. Thank you for hanging out after the break. I'm gonna try to do this so I'm actually looking at the camera a little bit more, because it's hard having my boy back here and we're just kind of having a conversation. I'm gonna have to treat it like he's not here.
That's it.
And we're just gonna have this thing like I'm looking back, so he's gonna have to look at me on the computer screen like he normally does while he's looking at the back of my head.
What's funny, what I've realized is we both don't look at the screen at the same time, is what it comes down to, as long as we're in the same room. Either you look at the screen, and I look down, because for me to see you, like your face anyhow, I have to look down, so which means I look like this the whole time. So we both can't look at the screen at the same time. That's but anyhow, either here or there. Tanking in NBA tanking. So let's talk about this.
Yeah.
How would you go about fixing tanking in the NBA? And if you don't have something right, like fresh in your head, no problem.
I have thought about this.
How would you fix it?
So I would, part of it is maybe there's something where, think about boxing and to an extent UFC fighting and a lot of kind of martial art kind of competitions. There are rulings in place around the individual, like they're actually engaged in the contest, right? So there's ways to figure that type of thing out. And I think that, again, like the NBA's tanking issue is not just a situation of teams losing records. You see it on the floor. I think the moves to say, okay, no, you can't just bench all your starters, you know, in situations where you're losing, and so we see that it was the Jazz, right? So I think that there might be something around that kind of dynamic where you can say, okay, look, we can't, you're spoiling the product being presented, you know. You're not even really engaging in the contest anymore. So then you kind of figure out some ways of, and I don't think this is something that the refs should have to be burdened with. I think this is something where then you know, there might be some little things that you can ask the refs to watch for and make decisions on, but we know how the refs are in the NBA anyway. So I would say that it would need to be something more from the NBA level.
Are you talking about trying to keep track of weird tanking things during a game?
Looking at games and saying, hey, look, don't like, okay, look.
I think that's a league off. I think you have to, that's a league office thing.
Absolutely.
Refs, I get after refs all the time. The refs can't be in charge of that too during a game. How would you know?
Well, no, not so. There might be little things that, like, not like really like.
What would you enforce exactly?
So that's where I was trying to think about, like, more from like I said, the boxing and kind of maybe a bit of the MMA
kind of deal,
the MMA level, where it's kind of the, okay, look, you guys aren't even pressing the ball. Like, you guys aren't pressing the ball. You guys aren't like, you know, there might be some things like reasons why certain things like 8-second rules, getting past a certain point on the court at a certain time, maybe something, but like there might be some things that could get derived that you could have the refs look for, but it wouldn't start there. It would have to be something coming down from the higher ups down, and then there might be some instances where you might be able to help facilitate that through some rulings that the refs would have to look for. But you see, it wouldn't start there, and you wouldn't just like toss things at the refs. Just, you know what I mean? It would have to come, like, it had to be something that really kind of obviously and organically came down from the top down.
Sure.
Really, so that's it. And to your point, have a hard.
Yeah, I don't think you could. I see where you're going. I don't think that's a referee live in-game thing. That is you review it, you see a pattern, league office
looks down at it and says,
makes
like I said, the only thing I was thinking about from the ref side
take away draft picks, take away lottery odds, take away
that.
Like that.
But then through all of that, there may come, I don't know what they would be, but there may be some little things that you could have the refs kind of look at. And if it's obvious, you know what I mean? But again, it would have to be something that would where the refs are helping to facilitate that overall kind of structure of punishment, to where then the refs are calling, or at least kind of making, it could be even something where the refs aren't necessarily it's not like a flag on the play on the court, but the refs could then in turn be part of the kind of the investigative structure to say, hey, look,
I think that I could see that part. Yeah,
you see what I mean? It's something
we go back
where
and
it's
go,
like,
hey,
you're on the floor. What happened
there's
here?
Something going on. Did he roll an ankle that we didn't know about, or something like that?
What did you guys see on the floor here to kind of figure all that out?
Yeah, because also keep this in mind. We're talking about the reverse of what we normally think of in sports. Their goal of tanking is to lose the game. So you can't exactly penalize them by referees. It's not a penalty. Okay, well, that was a weird substitution pattern. The other team gets an extra free throw.
No.
The goal is
yeah. It'd be more of kind of noticed behavior.
Sure.
It would be what I would mean by that too is because I don't want to throw out the possibility of through the overall investigations, then in turn the league initiating rules to impact the game that then in turn the refs would have to enforce.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's kind of more of what I'm kind of like getting to, but it wouldn't start with the refs. It would be more of something that would facilitate that, not be like the end all say all. It would be something to help kind of like, all right, hey, and it'd be kind of more probably geared at the coach. You're like,
you have to talk organizationally.
Okay, coach, listen, you're not engaging your team. You know what I mean? And it's like, all right, like it's like, okay, the league has instilled certain rules that coaches have to follow to reasonable, restraints to say, listen, you have to engage in the game. And then there might be things out of that. I don't know exactly what those would be, but there could be born out of those things something that the refs could then in turn kind of look at the coaches and say, look, okay, listen, you're not following up to this rule here because you're not, like, your team is not engaging. And I think that's a big piece of it, because we have so much time where the teams are just not even engaging in the game. And it's okay, what's the product that these people in the stands especially are paying for to watch.
Right.
What am I paying to YouTube TV to watch? And okay, if you just want to make it a 6-team league, okay.
Yeah,
because that's what you're really ultimately asking it to be worth the money. Because what else? Like, I couldn't tell you a player on the Brooklyn Nets if you put a gun in my head.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it for the Wizards other than Trae Young.
I would have said Cam Thomas, but he got traded. So
MJP only because I know he got traded there from Denver.
Michael Porter Jr. There you go. You knew one. No,
MP. Come on, man. Like,
yeah, you knew the one, but that was the one. So I'm thinking when you can't fool with stuffing. I don't think you fool with stuffing. My thought is, okay, tanking is a thing. How do you fix that? The goal of some teams are bad, and I want to separate the difference between a team being bad. The whole point of the lottery, the entire point of the lottery, was that teams wouldn't tank because they weren't guaranteed the number one pick,
right?
By being bad,
right?
So that's the whole point of it. Along those lines, if you have a team that is, you're not good, like the Bulls are not good. Are they the worst team in the league? No, but maybe at this point, to be honest with you, maybe, but only because of some crazy trades they made a trade deadline. To be fair to them, if I was the NBA, I wouldn't have a problem with how the Bulls are tanking, because that's sort of the way you do it, the way they're doing it this year. Not that they're going to end up with the top pick because teams started a lot earlier than them and they tried to win. The Bulls did try to win up until the trade deadline. And then they got to the trade deadline and they said, you know what? We're not good. We got people between injuries and non-talent, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. So they made trades that they traded away a few key assets. So Kobe White, Io, they sent them off for a bunch of second-round picks. They got players that they were interested in evaluating back. Not good players. Those are different things.
Yeah.
Jaden Ivey. I'm actually looking for. I hope Jaden Ivey gets himself. I hope he gets healthy. I think Jaden Ivey, before he got hurt with that cheap shot in Orlando that time where he broke his leg, he's never been right since. I'm more worried about his mental state than his physical state. Broken legs heal, but your brain doesn't always. So I think his mental state is a lot different right now. But Bulls traded for a bunch of guys like that, and they just traded. They made a team. Their team isn't balanced. So speaking to your point earlier, you were talking about how the pieces go together, and you have a bunch of centers. You need some guards. The Bulls are the opposite of that. You have all guards, all of them, 10 of them. I legitimately, hang on, it's not 10, but legitimately, I think the Bulls have about 8 guards.
That's still.
There's only 15. There's only 15 people on the team.
Well, and especially if how many of those guards are legitimate wing players?
No, they're guards.
Yeah.
They're guards.
Yeah.
Josh Giddey is the point guard, and he's the tallest. He's the only guy that
you could go. Well, you could person that could be a good wing, that maybe, could be a wing, but not really a skill-wise wing. Yeah.
It's they just get shorter from there. Everybody gets shorter from there.
Yeah.
So that team's not going to win. I don't care how you slice it. They're not going to win often. They're not. They're just not. If the league was playing serious and everyone was playing, the Bulls aren't winning many games. That's how you do it. We can roll them out there. Sure. We're going to play hard, but they're going to play hard every night. And
well, now that's now
they're going to get the money's worth.
That's to me that's the thing, because it's kind of yeah, you can only do but so much with who you have. But also, if you think about my point around the timing and bringing players in, you have players who are coming in from being in whatever position it was to where they got into that spot.
Right.
Hooker by crook, that's a small percentage of basketball players, much less anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
So you end up with players coming in, and I don't know. I think that it's not enough to just get them to have them just be out on the floor and knowing that they're just going to be trying to lose, to ultimately build up experience building that athleticism to play in the NBA, because everything's a step up. You have those phenoms that can come in and it's just as easy regardless. But for the most part, you're relearning the pace. The speed is especially in the NBA, the big thing where the game just gets faster. And even if you're looking at a guy that was bigger and you thought that he would be a certain speed, come to find out, no, he's maybe only a quarter step slower than you, and he's 100 pounds bigger.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
that's an exaggeration to an extent, but especially for like a new player coming into the NBA, that's probably what they're dealing with. Not to say that they can't adjust and then go beyond, like, get around that, but first games, first practices, all that stuff, they're dealing with guys that are that from their perspective coming in should not be moving that fast, because they're a good 75-ish pounds or whatever bigger than them. And why is that power forward moving like my point guard that I played with in college?
Sure. So
but when you get into the games, when you get into the heat of the games, have them try, have them work to, and no, I mean, no, look, winning may not be in the picture, and in some ways it could be a good lesson for some of these young bucks going into in the league, right?
Sure.
But if you don't have them trying effectively, and you're not at least pushing to give them all you got, even if you do lose, then also my concern is that it's in turn building a softer league, because you don't have any players going through that wood chipper.
Sure.
Because if you're good enough to get your team to the playoffs as soon as you get drafted, then you're probably not really getting tested. But also, if you're going into a team you're good, you're a good player, but your team is not good enough to get you there, then one, and the whole idea is to not try, then you're not building them up to like really truly test and really be pushed and really do all this stuff. And then also what you're doing is then instilling a situation where that player says, F it, never had a good enough team to begin with, I'm gonna go play with my buddies over in wherever.
Sure.
I'll taking my talents to Miami.
South Beach.
It all just comes together. It's like, you know what? It just play the goddamn game because you're paid a frickin' $1 million to play the goddamn game. So play the frickin' goddamn game. And if you're not good enough to win, you're not good enough to win. Get better.
Well, so quickly we'll touch on what you're talking about, real quickly, and then we'll jump off of that. We'll I don't know. Quickly.
Am I maybe I'm the crazy man in the room.
No, quickly we'll talk about it. I know what you're saying.
Everyone go like this. Everyone go like this, because when Ian goes like this, the camera
moves. I know. I cannot. Do you know how hard it is for me not to gesture?
Oh, dude, this is why I don't have one of those cameras.
This is just driving
like
me
all the time crazy. Because like the Sicilian in me, I'm doing all the next thing you know, I'm doing the one of these, and the damn camera does a 360.
Yeah. So I don't have a problem with players moving around, and I know what you're saying. Yes, in a perfect world, we get the. We're talking.
There's some nuances there,
but here's my thought. Yes, Jordan would have never teamed up. He was friends with Patrick Ewing. He would never teamed up with.
No,
he's
Barkley,
friends with Charles Barkley.
Barkley was like his best friend in the league for a good long time.
But never,
did not want to team up with him.
Never team up with him.
He wanted to play against him.
He wanted to beat you.
Yeah.
You want to beat the best in the world. You don't want to team up with them. Now, if they were on your team already, that's different, but drafted, et cetera, et cetera. Now, with that said, no one in any workplace wants to work with a bunch of people they don't like, or work for a boss that is an idiot, or an organization that thinks organizations win championships and not players. And I say that.
Okay,
hang on.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
With that said, for that reason, I think it's for I will. This is going to be one of the times I'm going to side with LeBron.
Bronny's dad.
Yeah, Bronny's dad.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna team up. Yeah. I didn't have a problem with him taking his talents to South Beach. You know what? We all want to team up with our buddy. Right now, you and I are doing a pod/stream because we're buddies, and we are here in Idaho because we're buddies.
We are,
and because we're buddies, we're hanging out doing this.
Sure.
I don't have a problem with it because of that. No one, and like I said, I do mean nobody, wants to work for a moronic boss or a whole bunch of people that they dislike, or quite frankly, just aren't you're far more talented than anyone else around you, and the rest of them suck. No one likes that. You shouldn't be so locked, tied, chained, whatever version of that.
No, and
with no hope of ever redeeming. You got a bad lottery ball bounce when you came out of college, and you shall never, thou shalt never be able to leave. I think that's wrong.
No, I think that's too far to the extreme.
I'm using that extreme for a reason.
Yeah.
Now let me use another extreme that I think is probably along more of what you're saying. You were saying LeBron. I mean, we all knew who you were talking about there. I actually side with him on that. I will give you an example that I believe you. It's the reason that I don't think very much of him as period, and that's KD. Kevin Durant going to team up with Steph and Clay and all of them because he couldn't get it done. He has no chance of getting it done. Again, mentally unstable. mentally weak. Let's just call it like it is. That's where I have an issue. It's within the league rules. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't mean he did anything underhanded. It wasn't. But you're not good enough. You're not good enough. So
let me also more elucidate my point here. Is that, and I think it's a good thing that you brought up the Katie piece of it. May not be entirely why, but we look at, again, the discussions around the GOAT and the GOAT's a hindsight play.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
Which again is also why I kind of like, okay, look, don't talk to me about LeBron in the GOAT conversation until he's done playing. Right? Because to me, I define the GOAT designation as a hindsight play. Spoilers, I'm still not going to put LeBron in. He can't play long enough to get there, but fair enough. That's
let me get this straight. So he's not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5.
Well, now listen. You're getting, don't go too far down. But again, like Ian knows my 1 and 2. Like my 1 and 2 is very clear to everyone out that talks to me. My 1 and 2 is very, very clear, and it's.
I am completely making fun of LeBron. And when he went to Miami.
The whole like we're gonna win 1.
We're not gonna win 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6.
You barely won.
You're right. You're not getting 3, 4. You're absolutely right. You're right. You are 100% right. So, yeah.
So no, I wanted to elucidate my point here.
Right.
Because I don't entirely disagree with your assessment there. Where I was more talking about where I see the poison pill in the elasticity of the maneuvering of players. It's not just the fact that players are moving. I'm sorry, but it has gotten out of control. So my primary point there was, and I was talking about, so I brought up poison pill. Mm-hmm. My biggest concern there is then instilling a culture where a young star player does not develop as a leader.
Sure.
You talked about nobody wanting to work with people that they don't like.
Right.
You talk about people that don't want to work with bosses that blah, 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 blah.
Are morons.
Now, that's sometimes true. Sometimes not, because people don't understand why leaders are making decisions when they make them.
Absolutely true. Sometimes the boss isn't the moron. It's more of a self-evaluation issue that you have. Sure. Absolutely.
And sometimes the boss is put in a position because his role is to serve another master.
Correct. Right. For
and
sure.
Unfortunately, not the people under him.
Yeah, it comes from the top. Everyone, in that case, everybody has a boss. Everybody has a boss. But
So no, but here's the thing. Here's the thing too. Here's the thing too. No, nobody wants to work with a bunch of people that they don't like.
Right.
Nobody wants to work with a boss that is obviously not aligned with blah blah, like whatever.
And
it
I
is.
think that's a good way to say it. Aligned. Yeah, because
But here's
it may not be dumb or smart. It's aligned.
Here's the trick. Here's the trick. And maybe this is a hot take from me. My thought process is this. You want to be a star player. It goes above and beyond just being the best player on that court. You have to be a good leader. Have to be.
Which isn't in everybody.
Nope.
It's
nope.
So I'll use KD as an example.
Let me get this out.
Yep.
If you're not someone that can get the best out of the players around you, then you're not a good leader. Now, in sports, and to an extent in bigger corporations, you can get around this because there's a deeper leadership structure, and a coach can come into play to help with that.
Sure.
Jordan and Phil Jackson is a perfect example of that.
Right.
Jordan naturally was not a good leader. Phil Jackson taught him how to be a leader. I think that my concern around the elasticity of moving around that we have in the league today, not necessarily before. And no, I'm going to talk about a rigid where you have to stay. I'm not saying everyone has to be Jordan, where it was like, no, I'm staying with the same team and I'm going to kill you anyway.
Right.
I'm not talking about that. But if you instill it into the younger star players too early, where they have no loyalty beyond their contract, then how can they have any skin in the game from the perspective of playing with a team? Now, granted, if your entire team is a bunch of heads and they cannot get on board with at least a drive to get better, if not a winning mindset, then that's a whole nother conversation.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
It's the why of it. But if it's just ego, pure ego, where I'm better than these fools because I am him.
Right.
Then why would I expect you to be better when you come over to another team? Okay, great. We got this great player. Come to find out, God damn, okay, great. He's great on the court. But he demoralizes everybody else on the effing team by his pure presence. Because of just nobody can help him. Okay, brah. It don't matter what your team you play for, right? Go get your chips.
Yeah.
Go get your chips.
Yeah.
You can get them, right? You don't need anybody else. Go play in Washington. Go play in Washington. It's go play in Washington and go get your chip, bro.
Man,
go ahead.
You just picked a team.
I didn't just pick a team. I did not just. I was a former Washington Bullets fan. So I did not just pick a team. You want to talk about excelling at mediocrity? Come on now. Ain't nobody touching the Washington team.
Yeah.
Listen. Okay, look, you want to be that dude? You want to be him? You want to be him? Go play in Washington.
Trey Young's got that.
Trey Young's got it. He's going to
Trey Young and AD.
Yeah.
Anyhow, we talking about tanking. So let's get back.
But like the whole tanking thing is like, okay, so fine. We don't have the stars. The 04 Pistons didn't have quote unquote stars.
Well,
but
how would you here's I guess there's tanking from a team perspective and there's tanking from a league perspective. From a league perspective, what we're trying to talk about.
I could care less about tanking from a league perspective. To me, it's like, it's more. But I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
the league has to fix it. But
I'm also. Do you think? Or let's start there then. Do you think that from a league perspective, tanking is a problem? If you have a quarter of your teams, and I say a quarter, it may be more than that. That might not be mathing right. But let's say a quarter just for.
I think that's fair. I think it's a fair kind of
So if you have a quarter of your teams that are actively trying to lose, like and I say actively, in doing stuff during games to lose, to make sure that they get some better lottery odds to do that. Is that a problem for the league, or do you see it as not a problem? Not that big a deal.
So yes, it is obviously a problem for the league.
So
I'm make you argue against yourself unfortunately, I'm unfortunately an idealist from a coaching perspective.
Sure.
Because I can't. I don't care. Like, give me a bunch of scrubs and
that's your competitive nature. Like, you
play sports and stuff your nature doesn't allow. My whole thing is like, no, you know what? You're gonna fight to the better end. You're gonna fight to the better end, and guess what? Where you get, you're gonna be proud that you got there.
So, I see that. So now I'm going to take it. Weirdly enough, we're going to switch to different roles.
Now also let me switch it because let me also recognize that the NBA is a business.
Yes.
Just
sure.
Okay. So I'm not in freaking Wonderland over here.
Well, not even NBA it being a business. Like teams are. If I can make a strong case. I'm very competitive. I can make an extremely strong case to why you need to lose. I have no problem with coming up with. It's easy to come up with reasons to lose to get better lottery odds because I might be able to draft Kobe Bryant.
Well, you might.
No. I might.
Yeah.
But it gives me percentage odds better to go get a Kobe, LeBron, a transformative generational. The word generational talent gets used too much, quite frankly. But in drafts, so we'll use the one that's coming up. The draft that's coming up has the potential of having generational talents in it. Between DNP, between all the guys that are a lot of the guys that are coming in, and I gestured again. See, I gotta stop gesturing. It's not gonna happen, but it's worth a shot saying it. Generational talents. Wemby, let's use Wemby. You had a shot at getting Wembanyama, and what you needed to do was get some percentage points higher to go draft Wemby, have the chance to draft Wemby. You should do what you can to do it. You're a bad team. You're not winning without him. And I don't mean you should throw every baby out with the bathwater type of thing. So if you have a couple of young, talented players, you play them. You play them hard, and you try to see what they have and things like that. Yeah. You'll lose because you're bad. That's fine. I don't mind losing because you're. That's not quite.
No, I know what you mean. It's
losing because you're bad is the way it's supposed to work.
Right. Yeah.
Losing because you decide to bench all your players in the fourth quarter.
No, exactly.
Isn't how that's supposed to work.
It's.
I would be okay with the NBA coming down and saying, you know what, your lottery odds. There were 5 games. I don't know how you would do this, and I'm coming up with this a little bit on the fly as I'm talking. So let me kind of spit it out, and then you'll see why we can pick it apart a little bit.
Together. Yep.
I would be fine with, as the season ends, the NBA goes and looks at how you lost games and messes with your lottery odds from there. It's a little tricky. Like you got to
be well. So again, I think this is also where potentially, if again it's garbage in, garbage out, but you might have some ways to leverage AI to give context.
Sure.
If done again, it has to be done the right way.
Yeah, it's tricky, super tricky.
But if trained the right way, and then in turn validate, especially now, where I think one of the core steps is to effectively validate what AI is giving you. There may be something there where you start looking at, because where AI can be very good is really truly looking at all the things. Right. Now then it's okay, but they're going to give you all the things.
Sure.
So then you need to be able to effectively call out what is truly valuable and what's noise.
Sure.
Right. So then it's a question of trying to figure out how that team is playing and how they're losing. I'm not entirely, to your point, I'm not entirely against it from the perspective, if I was a GM, especially. It's hard to take the coach out of me is the problem.
That's why it's funny when it comes to this topic.
It's hard to take the coach.
You and I switch spots.
It's hard to take the coach. It's hard to take the coach out of me. It's hard to take the coach out of me. Where, I might not be entirely switching because for the coaching.
When I say switch, I mean I think naturally as the GM, not the coach.
Right.
That's what I mean. That's why I was like, we're switching.
I think more like the coach and the player.
The coach, the player, and I think of from the organizational perspective.
Yeah.
Where do we need to be in 5 years?
Or
3 years,
and
maybe.
I think a big part of it is because my day job is dealing with the corporate
sure. Yeah.
bullshit.
Right.
And when I look at the NBA, it's there's that high school coach in me
Sure.
kind of vibe. And now with probably far more understanding of the corporate world than a typical high school coach is going to have. But it's kind of that, I don't know, there's an innocence to it. And, you know, where I see the NBA, there's a purity to the game that comes into it.
Right.
That's where it was like there was especially when women's basketball at the collegiate level really started to grow and really started to push up. There was a sweet spot, especially for them. It's not entirely gone away, but there was a real sweet spot in the women's basketball at the collegiate level, especially, where it was a pure version of the game than what was being presented otherwise. You know what I mean? It, by the nature of the game, and to be fair, the early days especially, and even like extended out for the WNBA,
Sure.
where the respect for the purity of the game came to play, and for a long time, that's where the men's collegiate side came into play. Before way too much goddamn money was being made.
Sure.
It's, you know, the money is the root of all the evil, but all we do is strive for more money.
Right.
But okay, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. The tanking situation is unfortunate. I hope it's going to be a short-term problem. I'm hoping that the league will kind of shift around that kind of thing. Maybe also, like you were talking about, where the game's getting a little bit tougher. The game's getting a little bit, and maybe that might kind of help to drive to where, like, you know what? Here's the thing. The level things are going to have to get broken down, and the level of which things get broken down will dictate, and I'm talking about years down the road, we'll be able to see how bad things got. And what I mean by this is this. Do we need to break a couple of eggs? Do I need to take a small hammer to the mixer, mixing those eggs? Do I need to take a sledgehammer to smash down the counter holding that mixer that was mixing those eggs? Or do I need to take a bulldozer and destroy the entire kitchen? I don't know what that's going to be, but I'm getting the feeling and here's the trick. We're not even going to know. We may not know until the kitchen is bulldozed. You see what I mean? We may not even be like privy to the levels. We may not know until the whole goddamn kitchen's bulldozed. But if the whole goddamn kitchen's bulldozed, then we know, holy crap, a lot of what was being done ahead of time was the absolute wrong direction. Now, my guess is that it's going to go as far as taking the sledgehammer to the counter. At worst. But to me also, if you got to take a sledgehammer to the counter, then we're starting to see a situation with the tanking, with I always lose the term, the player time, like controlling the time restrictions on players and making sure that they
their
don't
contract length.
No, like the minutes in a game.
Oh, what are you, not sure what you're talking about, like the rest and stuff.
Yeah,
like that?
Players not playing.
Oh, yeah, I was.
I lose the term.
Yeah,
I lose the term a lot. I can never remember that
because
term.
It doesn't make sense because it's
no,
soft.
It doesn't.
Yeah, that's what it is.
It doesn't.
Yeah,
but like not playing players because you want to win in the playoffs.
You want to rest. You want to rest them.
You're resting players because you don't want to win in the playoffs, and then they would turn around and we're not playing players because we want to lose. And then so next thing you know, none of the stars are going to be playing during the regular season.
Sure.
So then what you're going to end up with, you might have certain matchups, but for the most part, you're going to have far fewer time of viewers watching stars. And like you say, Ian, the NBA is nothing but load management. That's the word.
I was steadily like, okay, I know it's something.
But like you said, the NBA is nothing but stars. Mm-hmm. But if the stars aren't playing, why am I showing up?
Why are you paying that much money?
Oh, especially
because you're
paying
the star.
Oh, what's worse? What's worse? You're putting me in a position where I don't even know what a seat costs. You want to talk about something? Can we talk about this in wrestling all the time? Hatred, love, excitement, appall, all of that is money. Mm-hmm. What doesn't pay is apathy.
Hot or cold, not lukewarm. Don't be in the middle.
Guess what, NBA? The worst position you can put yourself in, above exorbitant seat prices, is having a majority of your fans not even knowing what the cost of a seat is because they're not looking to buy them.
Yeah.
If their customer base doesn't know,
they don't care.
But they will, because if customer surveys prove out that if a general customer base does not have a sense of the cost of a product, that product purchase number, like the actual number of people buying, will dip. Mm-hmm. Because people don't care. And again, we're talking about the NBA. As Vince would call it, it's sports entertainment.
All right, so I will. We're going to hit this, and then we're going to jump over to wrestling because we're borderline on wrestling right
over
now.
There, and that's a good transition.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, but again, the ultimate thing is for the NBA. The worst thing is for your hardcore NBA fans that will be the ones that'll be buying tickets that have no idea what the price of a ticket is because they haven't bought in for years. And they forgot what they paid 2 years ago because it was 2 years ago.
Right. Since they, right. Not wrong. Not wrong.
Okay, keep going this route. Keep going this route, NBA. Keep letting the teams tank. Again, we're not playing stars because we want to tank. We're not going to play stars because we want to rest them for the playoffs. We're not going to have stars. The whole regular season is going to be nothing but scrubs outside of a few key matchups to keep the numbers up so we can get into a playoff tournament. So then maybe we can get in and then we can go do the thing. And then next thing you know, we're going to all play together. And then LeBron's son is going to be dictating everything because next thing you know, LeBron's going to be blocking everybody on TikTok. Okay, you know what? You go ahead. You go ahead. And next thing you know, you're going to have a generation of people that have no goddamn idea what a ticket fucking costs because the last person in their family that bought a ticket was their grandmother. Welcome to the new world. Woo!
All right, we're switching to wrestling. We're switching to wrestling. I had some thoughts, and I'm like, no, he's giving a promo, so we're gonna anytime you end with
I'm trying to draw. I'm trying to change the subject. Ian knows when I'm being a F-head.
My man just gave a promo. So we're gonna switch over to wrestling now.
Okay.
Because we switched to wrestling. If you weren't paying attention, about 10 minutes.
I've
10
been
minutes ago.
just shifting. Because wrestling. Right. You know what? These kind of shenanigans fit much better in a wrestling context to a point because you can have like somebody, if you will, you know, losing and losing and losing and losing and losing, and then come up as that champion. You know, come in as that baby face that drives themselves through against all odds and takes down the person that has been cheating them, beating them down, kicking them down. Son of a plumber. Hard times. You know, it's wrestling leans itself a little bit more to that. You know,
it does.
It NBA is a whole different ballgame.
Yeah.
But
so
wrestling.
Speaking of wrestling, and hard times, et cetera. How are you feeling about Cody being the champ again? Did Drew get screwed over? I know it's been a little while. Let's start there.
So here's my take. I think that I think a big part of this is that Randy needs to get his 15th.
Okay.
I think that especially after SmackDown, which is interesting because of where Drew decided to intercede into the match. And then where we look at Randy making his move the way he did.
Mm-hmm.
how much longer is Randy going to be around? Is my first question. Now,
Sure.
Randy still looks like he could take on anybody.
Sure.
I'm like,
Sure.
but we don't know. Like, I mean, come on now. He looks great, but
Everybody's one bump away from not being.
it's
wrestler.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. And
his back is, I think he's even said it is a ticking. It's
ticking time bomb.
clock. Yeah, yeah.
Yep. It's just it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
Oh, when. Absolutely.
Right. And so I feel like I'd be more mad at Randy not being able to get 15 than I would about Randy getting 15. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I think that Randy has earned it. And like 15 just kind of that, you know, like they say like it's like rounding, but like it's you know 15's a good number for him, you know. And I think that with, you know, against Cody, against everything else, and I think that my take is that, and again, especially looking at SmackDown, you know, yesterday, because we're recording this on Saturday, streaming it on Saturday.
Right.
It's now Sunday. Technically, yeah. But you know, it's whatever. It's when you go to sleep and when you wake up, right? It's the incident with them on SmackDown on Friday. I think that it needs to be absolutely a one-on-one match. And I think that's also part of why they did what they did. You know, to make sure that everyone was clear that it was going to be a one-on-one match.
Right.
And then you had the stuff going on with Drew and Jacob and all that, because there was a lot of talk about maybe the three-way, you know, and some talk even about a fatal four-way potentially. I think this needs to be one-on-one.
Yeah,
and they really
fatal
help to
four-ways
establish
are super
that,
rare at WrestleMania these days,
right?
Because you're taking away, you're making one match for.
It's very tough. Well, that's the other thing too, is because I'm understanding that they're also kind of scrambling to fill the card.
Sure.
For a 2-night event. It's going to be a one-man. They've helped to establish that. They've helped to, at least for this match, especially in the beginnings of it, establishing Randy as a heel and Cody as the face. And Randy is kind of a... It's
you
kind
said
of
they established him as a heel.
No, so I said in the beginnings of the match. I chose my words carefully.
Say he did heel like stuff.
No, I'm saying for the beginnings of the WrestleMania match.
Right.
Cody will be the face. Randy will be the heel. But it's more from, again, I'm talking about the core dynamics of the match. The match.
Mm-hmm.
The crowd's going to have their own reaction.
Sure.
I'm not talking about that.
Yeah, that's
I'm talking about the core mechanics of the match. Now, Randy's already tore the lid off a lot of shit based off SmackDown. Meaning that Cody, even as a face, oh, son, listen, There's a lot in the, and don't even get me started about his old man. That man, kayfabe, had his eye punctured out of his head by a spike off the fucking shoulder pads of a road warrior.
Fortunately, it healed.
It healed. They got better. Rey Mysterio ran through the same
Also,
thing.
same problem. Same problem.
Rey Mysterio, except Rey Mysterio did the
medical
exact
marvels.
same thing. You know what?
Medical marvels.
Them doctors in Florida are just, you know,
amazing.
If you walk down the strip down in, like, them doctors are, you know, but that may not be exactly how the match ends.
Sure.
And what I mean by that is the entire match may truly be around Cody playing face, but having to work it within Randy's voices. Mm-hmm. You know?
Sure.
It's what Cody does after the match. What Cody does after the match. It's what you do within a match. What you do within a match.
Immediately after or in the coming weeks after?
Oh, I'm thinking he has to drop that bomb quick. I would say, like, here's the thing.
I think he'll become more manic over time. That's my word for the week. Manic. I've used it a lot. Jared knows one.
No, I know where you're going. I think
he needs to become more manic over the coming weeks, months. Maybe work until SummerSlam. Maybe work until Survivor Series. Like, whatever it is, I think he needs to become a little bit more. But here's the trick. If that turn is going to happen, what you're kind of referring.
But here's the trick. And probably the one thing I would say is that maybe they pulled this trigger too quick. The signing and Randy obliterating Cody the way he did. Because my mind goes to a relatively short turnaround to WrestleMania. Enough to let Cody heal physically, but nowhere near enough time for Cody to heal mentally. And then him going into that match and effectively between the two of them, whatever happens after that bell rings, maybe before, is a whole nother thing. It is, and especially if you want to build a potential WrestleMania moment, that's where you get eventually Cody having enough. Now, that's what the situation with Randy, because Randy's the threat at hand. What he does with the crowd afterwards is a whole nother thing.
Sure.
So it can go a couple different ways. Cody could win. And then he could just leave Randy laying there. He does not end the match the way he walked in. He doesn't. He doesn't. There's no. Randy went full Viper.
Yeah.
This is not Legend Killer. This is Viper. All the voices, all the Randy showed absolutely no restraint, just no cognizance of himself, where he was, what was around. It was, all right, Cody, you asked for this. I'm giving you all of this, but at the same time, it's more of the don't understand. He said, I need this. His initial and check it. Cody interrupted him. Randy was giving him a warning. And Cody interrupted him before he could finish it.
Yeah. And to be, Cody also during that interruption said, I know you have to be all those things. And when the bell rings the last time, we go back to being.
See, but Cody thought those voices cared a goddamn about a bell.
Well, the thing is, now in that way, I think it does. I think Randy and Cody at the end at kayfabe, we're talking kayfabe here. So let's be real. In real life, they're best buddies.
Absolutely, no,
so
again, it's one of those things where
it's like you and I. We talk about this every so often.
Cody is. It's one of those things where those matches and those types of programs work best with someone you trust implicitly.
Sure. Yeah,
because the type of damage that you ultimately have to go through to have those kinds of matches, it needs to be done with someone that you trust implicitly.
They're going to protect you.
Because they're going to protect you as best they can.
Sure.
Like, okay, we're going to...
It's like Shawn and Triple H back in the day when Shawn was first coming back.
This is going to hurt. This is going to hurt like hell, man. We're going to do this. We're in this together. Yeah. We're going to do, and then, you do the thing, and you do your best to try and protect it. But let's make wrestling scripted. It's not fake. Everyone walks out of that match hurting.
Right.
At the very least, a great match, an easy night is very sore. It's and the kind of match that he and Cody are gonna have here, this is by the nature of it, because forget the blood. Cody gigged himself. Okay. But just the whole, just everything, going into it and just, Cody took a beating. Cody legitimately took, within working wrestling, a beating, And so, Randy and him are obvious. There's nothing but trust there.
Sure.
There's, anyway, it's, but I don't know. I think that, I think maybe we're coming to two different ways to get to the same end. Because I think that there is an opportunity for it to be an extended program for Cody. But I think for Cody to walk out of there, especially as champ, Now again, I want to see Randy getting 15, but if it's not at WrestleMania, and maybe that's not how it all works out, but Cody to walk away from that Randy Orton, that dude, he's gonna have to pull out some evil.
I could see. All right, so let's talk about that a little bit. I think at some point Cody's going to go heel. I don't think it's anytime soon.
I'm not. I'm treating this match as a bubble.
Sure.
Like in time, he has to. If we're thinking Cody, again, you want Cody to go Homelander.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. But
for
again,
Cody,
only if he does it the right way. I don't want him to flip. Don't do any stupid John Cena stuff.
But like, no.
Yeah,
We're not gonna have Rock with some random rapper that nobody gives a crap about. Listen, that's gonna break his damn optical bone. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about within like surviving this match and the scars beyond all the blood dripping off of him when he does it. If the assumption is he wins, because again, I'm leaning more towards the side of him not winning.
You're saying that you don't think Cody wins? I can make a case. I can make a case that he does, and I'll tell you why.
So again, so people know, Ian knows how I think about this shit. I'm just telling everyone, especially if you're new to listen to me. Kind of like Molokai. So I'm looking at the story in front of, like, that's laid out in front of me, right? My biggest wish is that WWE doesn't fuck it up. Now, after that, I actually rarely care.
This is a big wish for the record,
so much about exactly what happens beyond that. I kind of think about it more from the standpoint of, okay, I don't care about conjecture. Let me look at what happened and then figure out how it fits. Oh, here's the thing. Looking at it from the perspective of WWE not effing it up, then my idea there is Cody has to dig into something that he's been ignoring or fighting against. You saw his promo with Sami Zayn, or his like the promo, but like backstage kind of thing with Sami Zayn. Cody's somewhat breaking around the edges. He's had Drew McIntyre just effing with him in the worst ways possible. We have Tammy out of nowhere, apparently, coming in and, this whole like, oh, we're friends have to be equals. And then like Cody's is like, no, no, I do look up to you. Mm-hmm. Where is this coming from? Right? I think with all of this, And again, strongly believe that Randy was making a final warning to Cody that he interrupted. Cody wasn't listening. Randy makes sure that he heard. And Cody, again, within the bubble of this match, if he's going to beat that Randy Orton,
he's got to go dark side.
He's got to go dark.
Or at least tap into it.
Absolutely.
So,
now, well, again,
I think along those lines.
For me, it's going to be more curious about what happens after the match.
Right. Oh,
especially if Cody wins. Then, so now there's the angle of Cody potentially going. I see so many different ways it could potentially go, and again, it's where like me conjecture. It's like okay, yeah, so, but I'm dealing with Schrodinger's cat,
right?
So like,
right.
But like, there's a couple different ways this can go. For Cody to go full on evil here. Cody having to lean into that more kind of the stuff that's just been scratching at the back of his head to win this match. Randy putting him through the effing ringer and then coming out of this and winning. And it's like, no, I've been playing nice for too goddamn long. Or Cody losing. Randy gets his 15. And then Cody's, I've been playing nice for too goddamn long. And it cost me.
So I see Cody. I know where you're going with it. I would see Cody if Cody wins. I think Cody will win.
I'm not entirely.
And the reason I say that,
I want to see Randy get his 15.
No.
I understand.
This isn't a. I agree with you.
I also agree with.
I agree with you winning, on him getting 15. Sure.
Yeah.
I would be. I can see either route leads to the same end game. It's basically kind of what it comes down to. If Cody wins, Cody wins.
I think this is more interesting because I think we're getting. Let's be fair, probably the more obvious kind of perspective, honestly, but I'd be curious to see your route to him getting there because I'm not married to my past.
No.
That's just what I
Cody.
Want.
I say Cody wins, and he's going to have to win. I agree with you that he's going to have to go. He's going to have to do some dark side villainous type heel-ish things.
Sure,
but even if somehow he doesn't, here's where the villain side's going to kick in.
Okay, so let me get this clear. You're saying during the match he doesn't have to dip into the dark side.
Let's go with that.
He wins. Okay. But he wins.
Let's just say Cody wins cleanly, and I mean, I think he'll win. Period.
No, I think, and again, I think at the end of it all,
he wins. Let's say he wins without doing any dark side.
So
villainous type things.
So my trick is this. My trick too here, and also just more so I can clarify here. You can get very, very brutal, very, very ugly.
Sure.
Within the context of a match.
But
without cheating.
No. But there's a difference between a baby face, especially a white bread baby face, the way he fights during a match, within the rules even, than a one that's sort of more like an anti-hero. So, but forget that for a second. So, for let's say he does the white bread baby face and he just wins. The hook, no crook, no nothing, no, oh, I had to go and beat you where you were. None of that.
Okay.
He just wins. Let's say he just wins.
Okay.
What does the crowd do?
They're going to be flat.
And who is the crowd pulling for in this match?
Well, that's
crowd's pulling for.
So again,
and quick yes, one or the other answer, because who is? I think we've already seen it, a tip of it already. So the Drew McIntyre thing and what's been going on with Cody, sure. No one exactly sides with Drew McIntyre, mainly because no one cares. But no, no one really sides with him. But he's opened the can of worms. No one likes it when something seems rigged.
McIntyre's a good transitional.
Sure, but hang on. I was gonna say, like forget him for a second. I'm saying him for a reason, just to say, like, he started a story. He started a narrative. Oh, y'all are against me. Y'all are against me. They just want to put them back on their golden boy. They want to put it back on their golden boy. The belt. Cody wins. Randy Orton he went dark side during Friday night SmackDown.
Right.
And the crowd wasn't booing. And so if Cody wins by clean up, he's just and he will turn to the crowd like, yay, I'm your conquering hero. And everyone will, maybe not everyone, but there will be boos. There will be boos this time around because everybody likes Randy. Even villainous Randy.
And again, that's why I was bringing up
Randy. And so it begins. And Cody starts with so Cody can walk. He has his belt raised high, and he starts looking around almost in a confused way. Why are y'all booing? I don't understand. I'm doing all the things. I'm your John Cena. I'm your version of John Cena now. I don't understand. I don't think they're going to make the same mistake with Cody that they did with Cena.
No. And I
don't mean recent Cena. I don't mean recent Cena. No. I mean taking so long to turn Cena heel.
Well, no, and then also,
I don't think they're going to make that mistake.
Also, I think Cody will still find a way to be more charismatic than heel Cena.
Sure.
Because Cena just...
No, I'm saying Cena 10 years ago when he should have been healed the first time.
Yeah.
He really should have.
Although I will say, as Cena kind of got into the things and they kind of helped establish the heel, and he started doing this shit with CM Punk, and he kind of started getting more kind of back into kind of the thugonomics version of John Cena, where it was
which everybody forgets he was a heel. He was a heel.
Yeah, he was a heel, and he was actually, because the big thing was about it was because he was sitting there making fun of people.
Yeah,
it was kind of post. And you also got to remember, this is kind of late into rock, almost post rock kind of vibe, because it's got it's easy to kind of blow all of that together, but like you got to imagine you got like Rock, Triple H, and Stone Cold, and kind of like your big three. Angle kind of came in.
Sure.
Angle was more of the glue into that time period than anyone else.
Right.
So more, especially from screen time, So that's where, again, and that's why they put Cena coming in against Angle, right?
Sure.
But but to talk about Cody. And this is also where I maybe have more curiosity because I watched more of his old man.
Mm-hmm.
And Cody, if anything else, more so than Dustin, is a student of Dusty.
Yeah, right.
We actually had a conversation, if it wasn't last night, it was the night before, around some of the dynamics around the Road Warriors.
Oh, sure.
Planning the spike into Dusty,
Mm-hmm.
you know. Dusty had to go to a dark place to beat the Road Warriors.
Mm.
But he didn't take it too far. Dusty's never really truly been a heel.
Right.
If you will.
If you will.
I wouldn't be surprised if Cody subtly pulls in some homages where Cody mentioned between the bells. Randy hit him way before the bell.
Did he say between the bells, or I thought he said the last bell?
It was
when the final bell rings.
No. He was talking about when that first bell hit.
The one that I'm thinking of is it was yesterday that he said when the final bell rings, like I'll still love you and all that stuff.
He also said something around that
first bell.
That first.
Okay.
See, he said around that first. It's that, and if he didn't say it explicitly, this is what he was implying. Because basically, he was saying was when that first bell hits. I know what you're going to do.
I know where we're going.
I know where you're going to go. But then when that final bell hits, I'll still love you.
Right.
But so whether he explicitly said it, the implication of that was within the confines of that match. Do what you got to do.
Sure.
My job is to stop you from doing it. Right? So Randy broke that covenant. But Randy was already warning him. That whole thing where Cody interjected and said all of that. Here's the trick. And I think this is the reason why Randy did what he did. I was warning you. I was trying to warn you. One, did you not even listen? Boy, you didn't even let me get the warning out.
You didn't even let me finish.
So let me make this perfectly clear to you what my warning was. You're not going to hear my words. You're going to feel my actions. I know I'm supposed to look at the camera. God damn it. I don't care. It's it's because if I was in Randy's role, because that's the first thing I picked up, because Randy like I'm telling you, son, I'm telling you. And you don't let me finish telling me. You don't let me finish. Oh, you're going to get the message. You're going to know. It's Randy.
Sure.
You know, like you don't. and also Randy's already laid it out with Sami Zayn. Sami had this conversation with you going up against all this and he's like Randy's like, man, sometimes you have to be more selfish.
Mm-hmm.
And Randy had a point to make. Randy is like, this is supposed to be easy. This is supposed to be like, I shouldn't have any
there should be no hang-ups here. Right. And there are hang-ups because
Randy was trying to tell him something and Cody cut him off. It's not that it really isn't that complicated. It's, listen, if you're not going to listen to me when I'm in the best position to explain to you what you're getting yourself into and why this is hard, but probably even more importantly, why Randy didn't get to finish talking about why it was hard for him.
Sure.
Cody was trying to play the competitor.
Right.
Randy was talking from the perspective of, I'm a killer. Don't make me kill you. And it's and no, the way they played it was incredible. The way they laid that out was incredible.
Yeah, no.
And I'd be curious to see. But what I'm saying is, like, I'm curious to see how if the WWE is smart in how they play it all out. That's the story there.
Right.
If I'm giving you the warning and you stop me mid-sentence, don't get mad at me for
really
doing what I was warning you about.
What I was trying to warn you about. So I going back to,
but Cody,
I think Cody, if he wins clean, people are going to boo because people are starting to, and then you start down the line of, it's actually you that brought this up. You said that for Cody to eventually, if he were to ever change to like true Homelander villainous character, that he would have to have the title.
Oh yeah, so. And so again, I'm torn. I think storyline wise, I think it makes sense for Cody to have the title. I agree.
And so if he does, the start of that, no, I want Randy to get it too.
Yeah.
And I think Randy does still get his 15th.
At some point,
I think he gets his 15th.
It doesn't have to be a WrestleMania. I get it, but
I think he definitely gets a 15th. I just don't think it's at WrestleMania.
I'm not mad at that.
I think he gets his 15th. I think he gets his 15th at SummerSlam.
And I think maybe he might actually be able to come in as the face.
Sure. Because by that time you give Cody time to start becoming a little on the crazy side.
Right.
On the manic is the word. Like I said, it's my word for everybody drink. That's the buzzword for the weekend. Manic.
Manic.
So it's he starts just becoming, So Cody is the golden boy, and much like Homelander's a golden boy, and then he, but to be the golden boy, you have to have, as his words were, the gold. Otherwise, you're not the golden boy. You have no gold.
Sure.
So the emperor has no clothes, but so he stays as golden boy, except the crowd doesn't cheer for him, and he can't understand why. But he's the golden boy. It's again Homelander, the boys.
Sure.
The crowd didn't cheer for me. What is wrong? I have the plastic smile, and it starts to eat, and the veneer starts to get thin, and Cody becomes a little, like I said, a little more manic. Maybe SummerSlam, maybe it drags on, because I think they should slow roll it. That I don't think this should be a overnight. Hey, Tuesday it was this way and Friday it was this way. I don't think it should be that. I think it should be a And I waved at the camera again. I think it needs to be a well thought out, deliberate, and slow roll to get to this point. And whenever that is, you get there, then I think that's when you should.
So here's,
start getting
I guess here's, I was sitting there as you were discussing this.
Now that's assuming that Cody wins clean.
So here's ultimately, I guess, my concern.
Sure.
Because I guess to me, a big part of this is for me to care what happens after this match. I need to know what happened in this match.
Sure.
Not just, and especially for this one in particular, not just the winner of the match, but how it went down.
Sure. And specifically, maybe what happened right after the match. Does Cody flip out and start hitting it with chairs? Or something like that.
Because here's the trick. Right now where I'm sitting, if you want me to care about this match, this can't be it can't be a slow roll. Like this match needs to be brutal.
Oh no, I'm not talking about the match itself.
Well, but again, it's like, to me, like if you're gonna, once you add that level of brutality, you add a certain level of chaos to it, which means then there's so many different possibilities to it. My brain can go 500 different ways. If they do it right, my brain will be going 500 different ways during that match because it's so fucking brutal. That's what I need out of this. I need absolute brutality out of this match. I need pure carnage. I need brutality. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but after last night's SmackDown, I can't. Like,
can't go back.
No, you can't
go back. So and from where I sit, I see the match being a beginning, not an end.
Well, but it doesn't have to be. Well,
so no matter what goes on in the match, I see it as a beginning, not an end.
See, then I would be utterly disappointed. I would be utterly disappointed.
I
want one of them to not be able to walk out of there. I want one of them to not be able to move for months. I'm sorry because here's the trick. Here's the trick.
The one that makes sense for that.
I'm sorry. Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing. And F the camera. Here's the trick. Either player. If I was to go to that place as Randy to put Cody where he was when I left, I have to leave him worse. Okay? Now, let's say the script is flipped. If I'm Cody, there's no way in hell you're walking off better than you left me on SmackDown. Let me make this clear to you. There is no, I don't care.
No.
F the babyface shit.
No,
I'm not even playing around. No,
that's my point.
There's no way. There's no winning. You talk about winning clean. I'm talking about, like, technically within the rules, maybe it goes to a 1, 2, 3 in the middle of the ring. But everything that happens in between, like he said, in between those bells, son, no. There's no way you were going to go through. My every intent is to put you through more pain than your infliction of pain is your strong suit. Let me reintroduce you. Let me give you a different context on what that pain looks like. Let me make sure that you are perfectly aware of all the nuances and flavors of that pain. Because what you think you did to me, oh, no fucking way. You're walking out of that. And I'm paraphrasing a certain Mr. Rhodes' father.
Sure.
Talking to the Road Warriors. What he opened up. It was there's no. I'm not coming in there. I'm not coming in there as a squeaky clean baby face. No.
I don't think he's squeaky, but this is everything you said goes back to what I was saying. It's the beginning, it's not the end. I think that if Cody, hang on.
So if it's Cody, not the end, then what did I do? Like, no, like there's no coming back.
But let's say Cody left him laying, bloody pool of, just Randy Orton is all bloody, left in the middle of the ring, beaten to a pulp. Cody has gone and given chair shot after chair shot, and made the Mick Foley thing years ago with Rock look like a walk in the park. Let's say he did that. That's just the beginning. Because the beginning of this,
the beginning of what?
Of Cody's downward spiral into the dark side.
No. I'm thinking more of, because I'm sorry, I don't care about what happens after the match yet.
Okay.
I don't care.
You want to see you're waiting for the.
I'm waiting for where the match goes.
Don't get me wrong. Because that's so the one thing that might redeem WrestleMania this year. Because otherwise,
well, exactly, and that might be why they led this to this point, right?
Yeah,
because I don't care about what happens after the match until this match happens, because so much of how this match goes down, beyond who wins and loses, how this match goes down to me is what kind of lays that path forward, because it's a fucking WrestleMania.
Yeah.
That's what it's supposed to do.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
The next season starts after WrestleMania.
Well, but WrestleMania can go either way when it comes to that. So WrestleMania also can be the conclusion.
That's what I mean. You're closing off a quote unquote season to move on to a new one,
right?
Or there may be some continuation,
or it's a cliffhanger,
or whatever. Fair enough.
Season.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But and then maybe some new player comes in and kicks Cody in the head. I don't know.
Sure.
So that's kind of also a reason why it's like I don't care what happens. Look, at this point in time, I don't. It's hard for me to give a shit about what happens after the match until
it happens.
Saw it, but I'm going to tell you this much. If that match is nothing less than a bloodbath, I'm going to be pissed off. Period. I don't care. I want I want the two of them to go in there and beat the living crap out of each other, because Randy left nothing else. Yeah, there was no other cards on the table other than an absolute
bloody Cody.
I would be very surprised. I'd be very surprised if there weren't some additional a switch in the stipulation
issue on
this match to where it's more of a
no hold barred
street fight on a cell.
That's a all the time.
Hell in a Cell.
I don't know that they can do. Can you do Hell in a Cell outdoors?
Oh, hell yeah, you can.
Can you?
Yes.
Where do you put the physic? Where do you have to hang the cell? So anyhow, that's not my problem.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. But and understand.
I stopped for a second. I was like,
you know what the answer to that question is? Billions.
Yeah. And billions. Yeah.
And billions.
Yeah.
It's really kind of that. It's that.
Give me money. Money me.
Yeah.
Money now. Me a money needing a lot now.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just it can't look. The show happened in was it Riyadh the way it did? Don't.
Yeah. So.
Or you could do.
Let's
you could do, or
this
at least a cage mat. Like you can build up cage without dropping it down.
Yeah. Okay, so let's ask this as we'll wrap up here.
Yeah.
Where do you see who do you see coming out of this? Coming out of Cody.
I see Cody winning.
Cody
I want Randy to win, but I see Cody winning, and I hope that WWE doesn't bitch out and do some stupid shit.
Right.
That's really, ultimately, again, what I want to see is what I think both Cody and I'll look to the crowd. What I want to see is, and then what I think that both, because you got to remember, both Cody and Randy are second generation wrestlers with some old school roots.
Sure.
What I would like to see is something that reflects that, in the sense of having kind of an old school dynamic an old school kind of perspective to what happened on SmackDown.
Gotcha.
You know, it's a different beast. You know, and so I'll be very curious to see how that again. It could work a different flavor on it, but I hope they do it smartly. I hope they do it well, but looking at what Randy did, there will be blood and a lot of it.
Yeah.
And it's going to like it has to be brutal. It has to be brutal.
So I think Cody wins. I think we're in the same place when it comes to wanting Randy to win, except we don't think he will.
Fair enough.
I think
fair enough.
Would I be fine if Randy won? Yes, I would be perfectly fine if Randy won, and even if he went dark side and beat Cody to a pulp, and then Cody maneuvered his way back into getting, whatever you want to do after that's fine. I think Cody wins. I think it's a better story if Cody wins. And because I could make a case that I could build an entire year of story off of Cody and Randy. I could do just about an entire year. Maybe mix some Jacob Fatu or Drew, if necessary, into it for, to stretch it out. But I could make a case that I could build a whole story up until next WrestleMania off of Cody and Randy. If Cody wins, he's just a little manic. Slowly, over time, he had to tap into something that he didn't know was there, or he did know was there, but he tried to hide it. And I'll tell you, they could even tie it back. You remember, this is a jump, and then we'll jump back for a second.
Yeah, sure.
If you remember, about a year ago, Cody had a match with AJ Styles. AJ had gone and acted like he was retiring then and all this stuff, and it was back and forth. After the match, Cody did the villainous thing. Cody kept beating him. Match was over. Cody kept beating him. And there's been other times that Cody has shown
they've been running
a
this
willingness to go
weird dichotomy with him.
Yeah. So for that reason,
what was the one where he went in was the AJ one, but then they had him even walking back to his bus. There was one where I can't remember. I think it might have been the AJ one.
The AJ one during the match. I'm talking no.
I'm not. But what I'm saying is the after the match, there was a video of him walking back to his bus, and it was just this it wasn't like him.
It wasn't smiling.
It wasn't. It wasn't. No, Cody. It was because he was in his
Wheatley vodka.
He was no. He was in his gear, and he was just manic. I mean, just they've been peaking at all of that.
Sure.
My whole thing is I'm not entirely. It's not that I'm against him going heel. Okay, so let me put it this way. One, I recognize that's where he's going. Two, I'm not mad at him going there. What I would be more insulted by, that's probably the best way I can put this. What I would feel insulted by was him, in the very least, not going there during the match. with Randy.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Whatever happens after the bell, and that's where I was more like, what I was saying was, I'm curious about what he does after the bell. But what I would be more insulted by was him not going there during the match.
Right.
I'm even more leaning to where I might even be a little bit more insulted if Cody doesn't demand. We talk about a stipulation, you know, something where it's like, okay, no. I can't do what I need to do to you to tie this knot in the confines of a regular match. No, Nick, whoever, I don't care. Trips, Nick Aldis, Nick Khan, all the cons.
Tony Khan.
Tony, I don't care. You know what? I know another con who will put this shit up in fucking Japan tomorrow. Listen, no, it's like
Real quick, talking about the Hell in a Cell aspect. I fully think that they could build a whole. When I say a whole year of it, they could build a year off of this. That's a Survivor Series match. That's a Survivor Series match. Hell in a Cell.
Hell in a Cell.
We've had WrestleMania, Cody, and we have SummerSlam, Cody and Randy. And
if
Survivor Series is Hell in a Cell.
If you have too many, especially in today's wrestling, you have too many of the same people. The way I'd see it is this: I beat you again. Context of this kind of match. Want Cody to have the belt, then we need to move him into another program. And then maybe get back to Randy later. It's
well, so
I can't if Cody wins, I can't have Randy fresh enough to go to the next pay-per-view.
But it's not the next pay-per-view.
Or even the next it needs
5 months later.
Okay. It needs to be,
which is another reason that I'm saying I'm specifically jumping to the big ones, because you're talking.
Well, I know, but it's also kind of the big thing too is then I don't want to have.
You don't want to burn it out.
Yeah, I don't want to have the big ones being too much of the same. You could have maybe even somewhere like where you could have Cody beating Drew, and like Drew kind of working this angle with this whole like WWE's cheating him and all this shit.
Right.
Yeah. But like to me, it's more of it. Like to me, the newer player in the mix is Sami Zayn.
I'm interested to see what they do with him. Yeah.
I think what Sami is. It's funny because Randy actually gave him some advice to an extent and really like talk to him, man. Like it's like man to man, right? You got to get more selfish. Cody kind of played a little bit of an ego trip. Now, part of it was he was getting ready to sign the thing with the shit and all this stuff. And it's like, all right, like, look,
Sure.
Sammy, I love you, but man, listen, I can't deal with you right now.
Yeah, I got stuff to do.
No, so, but also that's kind of adding some depth into the story. Okay, great. Sammy's going to play in. So I think that, because again, Sammy's words about him thinking about like the friendship as being like equals, and then Cody talking about it being like no, actually I do look up to you, blah 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 blah, right?
Mhm.
Randy, to be fair, also told Sammy that, look, man, I like basically said like, look, like in a nutshell, basically told Sammy that he was getting in his own way, right? It's like sometimes you got to get a little bit more selfish about this shit because that's the nature of the business, effectively, right? Compete against people to win belts,
right?
Or to strive to get belts, you know. So fair enough. Very pragmatic, you know. Randy was the one that wasn't being the asshole to Sammy comparatively to Cody, right? Okay. Cody wins. And I better see Randy just laying in a puddle of blood. I want blood. It's a pay-per-view. It's
Right.
WrestleMania. You drop blood on a SmackDown.
Do they do a lot of dropping blood on WrestleMania?
I'm sorry, this is where the Jim Cornette in me comes out. You don't leave a TV spot being more powerful than a pay-per-view.
Illy. Yeah.
Whatever it is. You don't do that.
WCW did it all the time. I just like setting stuff up sometimes. It's fun. Excuse me. I can't figure out how to mute the mic on this end really quickly. So
since we have the software.
Yeah.
Vince Russo in WCW was running because, again, now granted, this is why part of why WCW had the 83 weeks that they had on WWE. But Vince Russo was effectively running every Nitro in particular, and then later Thunder, as more of a Jerry Springer spot every single show, and then had nothing for the pay-per-views.
Yeah, right. Because how many times can you yell surprise?
Well, no, because he understood TV more than he understood wrestling.
Right.
So it was more of the shock value every show.
Yeah.
But it led to nothing.
Right.
The storylines were crap. You know, he had there were some winners there.
Sure.
But for the most part, it was just playing off the Jerry Springer dynamic.
Completely.
So, but that's also part of my problem, because I remember that shit, and it's like, no, don't
I don't think they do.
No.
I don't think they will for that.
Especially not with this story. Now, they still are having problems, serious problems, figuring out the rest of this card.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
And I am concerned, especially for like, if you're going to make WrestleMania tonight, which I don't agree with, I think WrestleMania needs to be a.
Remember the one So I know what you're saying, but do you remember the one before they went to the 2 night? I want to say it was the one right before they went to the 2 nights. That thing started, it was 6 hours. And I may be slightly exaggerating, but only by an hour.
But see, no, I'm not saying that was right either. I'm saying sharpen your craft. Get your if you're overdoing your like talent pool, in a sense that what I mean by is your
WrestleMania
is having so many titles such a good thing?
That is a full
as a strategy.
That is a full. We can't get into that
tonight. No, but what I'm saying that I think that leads
into
the whole like, oh, now we got
to have so many.
No. Tighten up your craft. This isn't that hard to do. This has been done.
Well,
for
at the
decades.
End of the day, what is wrestling all about? Moments and stars, building stars. At the end of the day, belts are just a prop. I mean, I hate to say it like that, but that is what they are.
But no, you're
to move the story along.
You're getting outside of the actual problem. The actual problem is corporate greed. What have I said time and time again? A wrestling promotion should never be publicly traded.
Right.
I have argued for this because we were talking about, I can't remember what it was, but we were talking about, Firefly last night, where executives
got it involved.
Yep. And they shouldn't be involved in creative. What happens when you become publicly traded?
Everybody, yeah.
Well, here's the biggest trick, and here's the biggest evil for any company that's publicly traded. When you become effectively a C-suite level executive, and depending on the structure of your company, sometimes lower. But ultimately, here's the thing. When people talk about why companies make certain decisions they make, companies that are publicly traded have what has been established as fiduciary duty, which means their only job is to make the highest echelon of their stockholders richer.
Right. Yeah.
That's it. Wrestling has no business in that world. It really does not belong there. It truly needs to be a creative effort driven by the men and women sweating and working and ultimately, potentially sacrificing themselves to do that work.
Mhm.
I will die on that hill.
Yeah.
Easily.
Sure.
You know, there's no way anyone can convince me otherwise. And when you have a company like the WWE going public, it opens itself to executives making decisions where they really have no business.
Right.
Because just because you understand academically how business works,
How business work and how you can creatively do things are very different things.
So here's the adage. Just because you know how business works does not mean you know how business is done. That's the trick. And so on this somber note, on Gettingworked Pod, we're, sometimes certain people need to get out of certain decisions.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And that's also where I'm somewhat concerned about. I know I'm supposed to be looking at the camera, but my boy's back there, so you're gonna have to deal with it. He's the one that probably has more problems with it anyway. But you know what? This is where it's gonna go. He keeps pointing at me to look at the camera.
They can probably see me going every so often.
He said like that, and then you know what? That you know what? To blame me, not Ian. Okay, so. I think that the WWE joining up with the whole TKO is going to be the TKO for the business, for this business, for professional wrestling. I am
WWE part of it because there were WWE's version of it,
and I think that
the AEW is still out there.
I'm not entirely.
What's the other one?
I'm not.
TNA.
Well, no, like and maybe you know what? Maybe it just kind of needs to go back down into the underground where it belongs.
What's that?
Wrestling as a whole,
and not in the mainstream.
Not in the mainstream. Let's get the hardcore fans seeing things. YouTube exists. Hell, give me like give me a 10K budget. 10K. Give me a venue that's quarter of the size of what WWE gets right now,
and enjoy the.
But I'm not talking about 10K a night. I'm talking about give me 10K up front.
Kind of going down like the old ECW version of.
Well, but also, if you're smart about how you position and manage cameras, like what's in front of you right now, that can track movement.
Yeah. Even when you don't mean
so, but that again, that's why you got to get it right.
Sure.
And then set it up with a YouTube channel, because I'm thinking about like going to where we're getting to where, you know, I'm sorry, not NBA, NWA had a pretty decent YouTube following back in the day.
Sure.
Also, what was it? Oh no, I'm also thinking about like D&D live play channels on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of people. I'm not saying there's like the crossover there's very big. I'm probably part of a very thin sliver in the Venn diagram there, but if you can, from what I'm saying is more from that D&D side of things, you can actually put together a very decent presentation on a budget if you're smart enough to put it together.
Right.
And I think that, I don't know, I think maybe wrestling just needs to just, as it's constituted, just die. Because because I'm not I have little faith in the way it's going now. It's you know, it,
all right, so I see what you're saying. I think that's a whole
nother
discussion. Let's have that as another stream.
Because I think that a big part, like, because again, where I talk about like, and it's been something I've been kind of talking about, like okay, look, don't make me hate you, don't make me don't disappoint me, don't you know, and where you ask me about things now, I have so little care about where anything's going. Just don't make me hate the match. Don't make me hate the match. Don't make me hate. Like, this has potential, but especially we talk about Randy and Cody. But here's the other thing: we got CM Punk and Roman.
Yep.
We're late enough in the stream. I have 2 fucks to give about that entire match. I have that whole matchup. I have. There's nothing.
We'll do that on the stream, because I was gonna say we're late on this one. So
nothing, and they are still trying to figure out the card. I don't know. Cody and Randy's obviously the draw. That's the one that is really pulling people together here, because I think they have more dynamics going on. I think they have CM Punk threatening to bury Roman beside his father.
Yeah.
And they have Randy leaving Cody in a bloody pulp,
laying,
and then coming back and hitting him with a steel chair while his head's laying between the steel steps. Like I'm sorry, but it doesn't ring the same to me.
You know? We'll save that for the next stream.
Yeah.
Let's
Ian's going to disagree
about
with me
Roman
in certain ways, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I agree. I think that WrestleMania is based off, they only have 2 matches with them. But I see it as,
oh no, whether it's working or not, they only have 2 matches.
Have 2. Yeah. I think they have. I could absolutely see Roman and CM Punk being a draw. and all the things. Maybe more than Cody and them, maybe less. I would add perspective. If you're a Cody person, then Cody's going to be more important.
Well,
If
see,
you're a Randy Orton
for
person,
me, it's not even about the. For me, it's not even about the people involved. It's about again. So
now, as far as like the next story, I think
again, I don't. I can't care about that. I cannot care.
Well,
See, and this is my problem with the WWE right now. I cannot care about the next story until I see what they do with this match because I don't trust them.
Well, I see that as that's a different topic. But I'm saying, as far as if you were looking at just Roman, CM Punk, Cody, Randy Orton, which one has more legs to be a real moving forward? I don't see it being Roman and CM Punk. I think they could go their separate ways and never see each other ever again. All
more
shall be
transactional
well.
kind of thing. Yeah. I see that.
That's a wrap up type of end of the story. Okay,
yeah.
So, but let's get into that on the next stream. Gonna wrap up. We'll I think we're at a good spot.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Okay. So let me get all this up because we're dealing with all the different positions and all the different things and all the different stuff.
It's just great being able to have a stream,
dude,
live and in color.
Yeah, I think the problem, I think the WWE right now is gearing the WrestleMania as a bit more of a negative vibe to me too. You know, it seems more of I don't know, maybe they're going for an edge, but it seems like, I don't know, to me this whole, it seems dirtier, cringier, just, because I was thinking about like why am I so angry at this whole damn thing? And I think it was the Cody thing, but it's like, why am I so angry? Why am I so negative?
Well, they're trying to generate that too.
Maybe so.
I mean, even the Rhea Ripley and Jade Cargill thing is stuff like that. So, but
yeah, no, there's a bit. Maybe that's a good thing.
It's just it's a little bit of the way the world is. It's more of a commentary.
Well, that too, but like it's yes. I don't know. I feel a bit more kind of like, yeah. And this is the first WrestleMania in a while where I feel like, yeah, I need to see somebody get there.
Yeah,
I need somebody just getting wrecked,
right.
And maybe that's a good thing. But anyway, let us know in the comments. Like if you're watching on the YouTube side, definitely if you haven't already, drop the follows, the subscriptions, all that.
YouTube, Twitch,
that great Kick. Online, social media stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But outside of that, this is good work. Signing off.
Later, fam.